highlight the urgent need for a structured, transparent, and enforceable national framework to guide decommissioning activities across the sector.
However, several regulators questioned the need for a new body, arguing that existing frameworks already address decommissioning. Mark Emmanuel, director at the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission (NUPRC), said the Petroleum Industry Act (PIA) outlines clear decommissioning responsibilities and funding structures for oil companies.
The commission is of the opinion that creating a separate commission now would undermine the principles of regulatory clarity and predictability that the PIA 2021 sought to achieve, thus impacting on the federal government's initiative on the ease of doing business. To contradict the globally accepted principle that regulation should follow asset life cycle within a single framework.
Director of Environmental Assessment Department, Ministry of Environment, Rufikat Odetero, shared similar views, suggesting that agencies like NOSDRA be strengthened instead of creating new structures.
But I want to put this on record, that the impacts of decommissioning are largely environmental. This is a country that is battling youth unemployment and declining revenue. So we cannot afford to contaminate our environment, because our environment is our national asset. To cut the story short, we appeal for the strengthening of the EIA Act. It's an act that is more than 30 years old, and it should be retrofitted to meet emerging issues that were not thought about in 1992 when the then President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida passed the act as an environmentalist that he is.
Deputy Director of Legal Services at NOSDRA, Titilayo Bayelo, supported the bill but stressed the need for NOSDRA's inclusion in its governance.
We are praying that in the event that the bill is likely passed, then NOSDRA should be included in the governance structure of NCDOGI, and we should be represented on the board and technical committees to provide expertise on environmental matters.
The meeting highlighted the gap between policy and implementation, especially in the Niger Delta, where abandoned facilities continue to affect communities.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing when the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele. In the headlines, Rivers APC threatens to retire former governors from active politics. NLT alleges threats to members by Edo State government. UN cites famine. Hundreds of starvation deaths in Gaza. Urges ceasefire and aid access. And Argentines with disabilities demand agency restore frozen pensions in graft probe. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The All Progressives Congress APC in Ikwere local government area of Rivers State has declared that former governors Rotimi Amechi and Celestine Omeha, who are from the area, will be retired from active politics after the 2027 general elections. Director General of the Ikwere APC campaign organization for the August 30 local government election in Rivers State, Obi Naikem, made the statement while addressing supporters at the grand finale of the rally in Omagwa community on Sunday. Ikem expressed confidence that the party would sweep the upcoming council polls in all 13 wards of the area, noting that the assurances received from residents point to a decisive victory for the APC. He stated that beyond the upcoming local government polls, the party in the local government area is already gearing up for the 2027 elections, assuring a landslide victory for President Bola Tinubu despite the opposition alliance by Amechi and Umeher.
To have prepared beyond 30th of August, that we have gone further to prepare for 2027. And they said I should inform you that you also should let our leaders know, from the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, and our leader, Ezebuwaye Sowike, that they should be aware and know that we are also aware that two persons that is among the confusion they call ADC, that they are from this local government, that we should tell you that you should tell the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces that he should concentrate on the articles, the David Mark, and what have you outside the Kwere local government. That will have the capacity, to effectively contain our brother Rotimi Amechi and Celestine Omeha.
Also speaking at the rally in the Kwere local government area was the leader of the Rainbow Coalition in the area, Samuel Wanosike, who reassured the APC that Rotimi Amechi and his kinsman Celestine Omeha cannot win in their polling unit in Obima community where they come from.
I want to assure you that the Kwere local government, we are happy with the Renew Hope agenda. We have seen governments come and go, but I've never seen a government like Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government. No wonder he's a man that redefined Lagos State. Thank God he has brought that capacity to change the narrative in Nigeria. For us, tell our leaders at the federal level, they should forget about those stories from men who had opportunity and didn't use it. The likes of Rotimi Amechi, Celestine Omeha, they can't win their polling units at all. Can they win their polling units? My chairman, don't worry about the Kwere local government. In fact, forget about thinking of us. All you will ask us when INEC sets that date is to say, where is the result?
On his part, the Rivers State chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, who is backed by the party's national secretariat, Tony Okocha, called on the people of the Ikore local government area not to allow any political party dominate the forthcoming local government election. He urged the candidates to embrace collective leadership if elected, rather than pursuing the roles individually.
Is there any other political party in the Ikore local government? No way. And I guess no one. So no other political party there here at all. So what would they talk now? Tranquil. So our brothers don't go. But in spite of that again, I will tell them and say, what would they do on Saturday? Not be what we have said and do before. Where we will tell them, say, they didn't know they'll go anywhere. They walk. They organized a charade and went and said they were declaring themselves SYZ.
And we told them, we promised them it will not work. Did it work? Now, when you see people gather like this, and they talk one thing, say they want good leadership, they want leadership of a collective, then you know that we are going very far. This election will be conducted on the 30th of August, barely 5 or 6 days away, and we'll be here to be happy that we did. My dear people, I don't get any other thing to say than to thank honor.
Meanwhile, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, which leads the country's opposition coalition, has declared that no political party, including the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, can rival its strength ahead of the 2027 elections. Rivers State Publicity Secretary of the ADC, Lukman Igela, told reporters that even the ruling party is unsettled by the ADC's growing influence. He alleged that the recent interrogations of some opposition leaders by the anti-graft agency were part of a calculated attempt to intimidate the coalition. Igela, however, maintained that the plan would fail, stressing that winning Rivers State and the country at large in 2027 would be very, very easy for the ADC.
Samuel Wanofike is not competent enough to speak about the likes of Rotimi Amechi, who is a former governor of Rivers State, who is the two-time minister, because he is not even qualified to lace his shoes. So we are not taking the likes of Samuel Wanofike and his cohort seriously, because apparently, tell me, are they carrying out an APC rally or they are carrying an APC PDP rally? These are people that politically we have seen that they are colossal failures. People that talk from both sides of their mouth, people that cannot be trusted, that have no integrity. Responding to them looks like belittling yourself. So we will not drag our names or take our name to the gutters because someone of CK is saying something. It's inconsequential and it's not important. And I think Rivers people know them, that these are people that do not have anything to offer Rivers people. We have said it countless times. I have always reiterated this, that there is no party that can stand the ADC come 2027. We are the strongest opposition that is making even the Tinubu administration to fret.
The Senate Committee on Petroleum Downstream has assured Nigerians that it will work with the executive and relevant stakeholders to implement sustainable reforms that will stabilize the sector and improve transparency in petroleum product supply and distribution. This assurance comes as a committee began a 5-day retreat in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, with participants, industry stakeholders, and host communities. Chairman of the Senate Committee on Petroleum Downstream, Suleiman Kawu, said members will interrogate critical issues, propose bold solutions, and draw up a roadmap that would guide their constitutional responsibilities. Kawu noted that Nigeria is at a crossroads and described the downstream system sector as too important to be left to chance, being the mainstay of the nation's economy and driver of industrialization.
This retreat is combined with very clear objectives. 1, to provide a roadmap for the oversight and legislative activities of the Senate Committee on Downstream sectors, ensuring that our interventions are strategic, impactful, and responsive to national needs. To critically evaluate the implementation of Petroleum Industry Act 2021, particularly the provision on the Midstream and Downstream Gas Infrastructure Fund and the Host Community Development Fund, which are pivotal for exclusivity, growth, and social justice. To strengthen the capacity of committee members to exercise effective oversight, appropriation, and legislative review, in line with the constitutional mandate of the National Assembly and the vision of the renewed hope agenda.
expected to provide a platform to craft an actionable legislative agenda that addresses constitutional gaps, promotes fiscal transparency, safeguards host community rights, and position Nigeria to meet the dual challenge of petroleum revenue management and energy transition. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, University Port Harcourt Chapter, has joined the nationwide protest embarked upon by the union to demand the implementation of agreements reached with the federal government in 2009. The leading protest, chairman of the union in the university, Professor Ome Ngwoke, said members were out to register their displeasure over what he described as delay tactics in the renegotiation of the 2009 agreement. Addressing journalists during the march, Ngwoke listed the unresolved issues to include victimization of colleagues, unpaid arrear of the 25 and 35% wage awards, with health promotion arrears spanning over 4 years, and unremitted third-party deductions. He further rejected the proposed loan scheme of the federal government, describing it as a distraction and a deviation from the more pressing demand of renegotiating the 2009 agreement.
It is from these salaries that individual lecturers are expected to cater for their families' health care, feeding, rent, clothing, water supply, transportation, and sundry other needs. The same salaries are the basis for loans, including the recently initiated one by the federal government. The recently launched tertiary institutions staff support fund. In other words, colleagues have to be better informed that what I have read out now will be the basis for the TISS fund loan.
Members of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, on Tuesday embarked on a nationwide protest to highlight what they described as the federal government's persistent neglect of its long-standing demands. At the University of Jos, members of the union staged a demonstration before addressing journalists, where they announced the outright rejection of the recently introduced tertiary institution staff support fund loan scheme. ASU branch chairperson Joseph Malthus said the initiative was not a solution but a deliberate attempt to push lecturers deeper into financial hardship. According to him, the loan scheme was nothing but a poison chalice designed to impoverish university teachers rather than address the reality of the economic situation. He argued that lecturers do not need loans, but rather the payment of the legitimate entitlements that the government has failed to honor. At the University of Lagos, ASU members who joined the nationwide protest demanded better treatment of lecturers and the deduction and education sector. The placard-bearing lecturers demanded the federal government's payment of arrears, approved welfare and renegotiation of the 2009 federal government ASU agreement. The situation was the same as the Federal University Gusau branch in Zamfara State, where the chairman of the union at the university, Abdul Rahman Adamu, who led the protest, decried the government's neglect of Nigerian universities, lamenting the funding has been left solely to Tedford, while academic staff continue to face various forms of hardship. And at another rally at the Federal University Oye Ekiti, the zonal coordinator of ASU for Akure Zone, Professor Adeola Igbedokun, expressed deep concern over the alleged failure of President Bola Tinubu administration to attend to the various demands of the union since assumption of office 2 years ago. Igbedokun, who spoke at a press conference at Federal University Oye Ekiti, called on stakeholders, including the National Assembly, religious leaders, traditional rulers and students, to caution the federal government against pushing university teachers to a nationwide strike. He said the government failure to heed ASU's several calls and agitations had pushed the lecturers to the edge, with their patience being stretched to breaking point. He stated that ASU demands included implementation of the 2009 ASU federal government agreement, sustainable funding of Nigerian universities, revitalization of the university system, payment of outstanding 25 to 35% salary arrears, stagnated promotions for over 4 years, unremitted third-party deductions, and victimization of colleagues in some institutions. The ASU Zonal Chairman said that the report of the Alhaji Yahyale Ahmed-led committee painstakingly concluded the renegotiation and submitted its report since February 2025. He, however, regretted that the report had been treated with reckless indifference, describing such a development as a clear betrayal of trust and an insult to the principle of collective bargaining. The Deputy Secretary General Association of Senior Civil Servants of Nigeria, Chukwuma Igbokwe, has kicked against the move to increase the salaries of public office holders in the country. Speaking on Signature Morning, the flagship breakfast show on Signature TV, Igbokwe said the take-home pay of the political office holders should be placed side by side with that of civil servants to find out who actually deserves a pay hike. He said those factors being considered by the Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Commission for contemplating the upward salary review for political office holders are more critical for the public servants whose salary have become unrealistic.
The first thing is, let's look at, we compare, we make an analysis of what is it they are taking now compared to what the civil servants are taking. Because be it as it may, we all go to the same market. We all live in the same environment. All the factors that they are going to elucidate as the reason for increasing their jumbo salaries are also the same thing that workers are passing through. And if it is justifiable that the increase will take place, then let's put them together. Let's put that of average civil servants and let's put that of a political office holder. And let's see the margin. Let's see the difference.
The Labour leader stated that the Labour movement has registered its complaint against the move, insisting that any such increase must be made holistic to factor in the precarious condition of the Nigerian workforce. Igbokwe regretted that political office holders are more driven by acquisition of wealth rather than service to the nation, while denying the civil servants the same benefits.
Well, in Nigeria, we have seen politics as the most lucrative enterprise. Is politics is the place you can be poor, you can be nobody today. You don't have any money today, but tomorrow you are appointed, and the next 3 months you are a big man. When it's time for civil servants or workers, increment of workers' salary, we have to fight for it. We have to protest. We have to go on strike. We have to demonstrate. We have to give reasons. They have to set committee. They have to set another committee to see how they can bring it down. They will start giving you the logic there that we have organized private sector. But when it comes to political office holders' salary, you don't need to set any committee.
The national leadership of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, has raised alarm over threats being issued by the Edo State government to members of the Edo State Caretaker Committee of the NLC, billed to be inaugurated on Thursday this week in Benin. A statement issued by the Acting General Secretary of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Benson Upa, said that the Congress is worried by multiple credible reports of plans by the state government to disrupt the inauguration to which the government was invited. The statement disclosed that the NLC Secretariat in Benin City has been seized by government and expressed dismay at the hostile behavior of the governor, saying that he will be personally held responsible if any of the caretaker committee members or those assigned to inaugurate them come to harm. The statement recalled that the state governor, who did not hide his reluctance to work with the administration of Odion Olaye, the democratically elected council chairperson, before the government-backed forces led by Bernard Joma illegally removed him. According to the Congress, after going to great lengths to reconcile the two groups in the interest of workers in the state to no avail, it was left with no option than to dissolve the entire council in line with the provision of the Constitution of the Congress. The NLC reminded the governor that Edo State has always been associated with the labor great people of Edo State that produced the great Pa Imodu labor leader #1 and the irrepressible Adams Oshomole, and a host of others in and outside labor circles, and advised him to steer clear of internal labor governance, as there is no more than enough for him to do in the states. Still to come, Abia government to revitalize Star Paper Mill in Aba. INEC urges Rivers electorate to register and collect PVCs. Details of this and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Business owners at the bustling Mami Market in ENUGU are sharing their experiences doing business at the ongoing 2025 Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association (NBA) at the International Conference Center, ENUGU. While some vendors reported a decent business flow, others expressed disappointment and frustration, feeling that their investment in securing a stand was not worthwhile. As the 2025 Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association draws to a close in less than 3 days, vendors at the Mami Market are experiencing mixed emotions. While some business owners are filled with sadness, others remain hopeful about the potential sales and opportunities the conference has brought. From food sellers to souvenir traders, expectations were high ahead of the event, with many investing heavily in stock and logistics. For some, the anticipated rush of customers did not match reality, while others say the conference has helped them expand their customer base beyond ENUGU as visiting delegates patronized their stalls. Mrs. Uchechi, a frustrated food vendor at Mami Market, revealed that her 200,000 naira worth of tiger nut juice had gone bad due to low sales even after she slashed the price. To make matters worse, she's unhappy with the market organizers, claiming they failed to uphold their end of the bargain.
I have no sale for 3 days. I need to relocate my canopy to another stand, which even the task force was asking me why I left. I said I left because I will recover my money. That 225,000 naira collected for me as an vendor, and they promised that they will not allow hawkers to parade in the arena, but they disappointed us by allowing hawkers to parade, collecting 30,000 naira, 50,000 naira from them to come in and sell at a cheaper rate over we that paid 225,000 naira, making our product, this product now is worth of 300,000 naira, but it's a waste. And we pour it away because it's a tiger nut. It doesn't last more than 2 days. It will just spoil. Every day I spend 4,000, 5,000 naira ice block to make sure to have a sale, but yet I don't have a sale.
For Miss Love Wafo, owner of a clothing line at Mami Market, the biggest challenge is the sea of competition. With so many vendors selling similar products, she's finding it tough to make sales and stay afloat.
They met the expectation to, let me say 70%. It's not really bad, the organization, but I think they should do better in terms of choosing the niche they, accept, okay? I think one particular niche should be maximum of 10 to 20, so that those people can actually sell well, okay? So we had that issue of so many people doing the same thing that you do, and then you're struggling, to find your grounds. So that is the particular place I want them to work on.
Meanwhile, a different food vendor was riding high on a wave of success, with sales meeting expectations and a confident outlook for the conference's final days.
I'm making little sales here, and people are coming here. They love our food. They really love our food, and I appreciate it.
The business owners are, however, appealing to the organizers to adhere strictly to agreement and a more curated vendor selection process to ensure a thriving market.
If the lawyer of this country that make a law and they are the one breaking the law, because I meet one of those that gave us this stand and to ask them, why are they doing this to us? They promised us that they are not going to allow the hawkers to come in so that we can make sales. But they allow it, they say it's the system. What is the system?
I think this conference the lesser the number of vendors, the better, so that those people can focus on serving the crowd that comes. Okay, so but if they find out that a lot of people are here and then they are collecting money from a lot of people, they'll come out here and start struggling. Businesses are struggling, okay, to make sales.
NBA conference attendees who shopped at Mami Market weighed in on their experiences, sharing thoughts on product quality, food prices, and more.
The prices of food and other commodities are very fair. And when I was coming, I was like, okay, there's something for me to like get trousers, those lawyers waistcoat, and I've been able to like move around, and the prices are also relatively fair.
I went around to see if I could get some ordinary everyday wear in terms of polo, t-shirts, and all that, but I couldn't get any. You know, I went around the market. We only have sufficient number of clothes in terms for the women, for the ladies, then jackets for the men. Probably because it pertains to lawyers, so the vendors thought lawyers don't wear jeans, don't wear t-shirts, don't wear polos and all that.
The Mami Market served as a center for attendees to purchase goods and services during the conference. The inclusion of the Mami Market at the NBA conference highlights its continued relevance as a community and commercial hub in Nigeria. For now, these traders remain uncertain whether the experience will be remembered as a gainful venture or as a costly gamble. Abia State Government has received a letter of approval from the Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria, AMCON, to own and revitalize the moribund Star Paper Mill in Aba. The Commissioner for Information, Oke Kanu, stated this in Umuahia while briefing journalists on outcome of this week's Executive Council meeting chaired by Governor Alex Oti. He said the state government's stake in the company, when fully operational, will be minimal, but would be enough to ensure the state remains well positioned to monitor activities of the company to ensure the government and Abians are not shortchanged in any way or manner. Kanu further disclosed that the State Ministry of Environment has commenced a house-to-house sanitary inspection services across the 17 local governments of the state, in line with the strategic objectives of Keeping Abia Clean initiative, adding that defaulters will be prosecuted in line with state environmental law.
Abia State Government, through the State Ministry of Industry and SMEs, has received the AMCON's letter of approval for the state to take over the Star Paper Mill. The revitalization of this moribund company is in line with one of the state government's economic policy of revitalizing moribund companies and selling safe to serious and capable investors. The overarching interest of the state government in revitalizing these moribund companies is to ensure that such companies will revive and create job opportunities for Abians as well as internally generated revenue for the state government. The apparent delay in completing this project within the 100 days as promised at the onset is as a result of challenges that border majorly on the full scope of work that the project entails in many of the beneficiary communities across the state, and also the vagaries of weather and one or two instances contractors' lapses.
The Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar, has called for sustained commitment to health, nutrition, and security in Nigeria. Speaking at the second quarterly review meeting of the Northern Traditional Leaders Committee on Primary Healthcare Delivery on Tuesday in Abuja, the Sultan urged traditional rulers to maintain their support for polio eradication. The Sultan, who emphasized the importance of continued efforts to eliminate the disease from all communities, urged the traditional rulers to remain committed to routine immunization and other pressing health challenges. He commended the Northern Traditional Rulers Committee on Primary Health for its achievements over the past 16 years, noting its success in mobilizing communities for vaccination campaigns and other health interventions. The Sultan commended federal and state governments for entrusting traditional leaders called on eligible voters to take advantage of the ongoing continuous voter registration (CVR) exercise to not only register but ensure that they collect their permanent voter cards (PVCs) when ready. The Resident Electoral Commissioner (REC) in Rivers State, Professor Gabriel Yomeri, made the appeal during the official flag-off of the current CVR exercise at the INEC state headquarters in Port Harcourt. According to records from the Commission, a total of 251,405 PVCs from previous registration exercises remained uncollected in the state. Yomere cautioned that while registering for the voter card is the foundation of democratic participation, the entire purpose is defeated if citizens fail to collect and use their cards to vote.
If we want the government by us, for us, then we must have a way of also having a say in the people that are chosen to rule us. And that is the beginning. We say that if we don't register, registration is the first stage. The second stage is to collect the PVC. If you register without collecting the PVC, it's as good as not registering because you will not be entitled to vote. So registration and collecting the PVC is very, very essential. It is when we have our PVC that we can cast our vote, we can determine those who will be our president, the person who will be our governor, going to the National Assembly, and so forth. And it's very, very necessary.
The Rivers State Commissioner of Police, Olugbenga Adepoju, has assured Rivers residents of adequate security in the build-up to the 30th August 2025 local government election. Speaking during a press briefing at the police headquarters, Moscow Road, Port Harcourt, on Tuesday, CP Adepoju emphasized that security arrangements for the polls will be strictly manned by the police and other conventional security agencies, making it clear that vigilante groups will not be part of the election duty. The commissioner disclosed that the police have been carrying out raids in black spots and making arrests of criminal elements ahead of the election to guarantee a peaceful atmosphere. He also revealed that a joint security situation room has been set up to receive information from the public during the polls.
You are all aware that on the 30th of this month, we're going to have a local government chairmanship election. And we've done all due diligence to ensure it's going to be peaceful. We've been holding meetings with stakeholders. We've only gone to local governments and every other places to sensitize our people. And we've also directed the local government administrators to equally talk to people and have stakeholders meeting, in which all has been done, and the response has been very positive. I want us to be rest assured that we made all possible, including manpower, security, to ensure that this election is free, fair, and very peaceful.
A passenger train traveling from Abuja to Kaduna derailed on Tuesday morning, triggering panic among passengers. The incident occurred along the Kaduna corridor shortly after the train departed Abuja around 11 a.m. en route Kaduna. A passenger on board the train described the scene as chaotic, with people scrambling to safety in fear and confusion. There was no official statement on what caused the derailment or number of injuries or casualties. Security personnel were immediately deployed to the site to assist in evacuating stranded passengers. President Bola Tinubu is expected to officially launch Nigeria's revised national counter-terrorism strategy in October, following the completion of an intensive review process designed to align the nation's security framework with emerging threats. The national coordinator of the National Counter-Terrorism Center, Major General Adamu Laka, disclosed this on Tuesday at the third quarter stakeholders meeting of the center in Abuja. Laka said the document has been finalized and forwarded to the National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhu Ribadu, for approval. Incorporate all feedback received during the validation exercise. He explained that the review, initiated in February 2025, was necessitated by the evolving nature of terrorism, including shifting tactics, the use of new technologies, and the exploitation of social and economic vulnerabilities. According to him, the revised strategy was enriched through consultations, workshops, validation sessions, and technical reviews that brought together government institutions, security agencies, civil society organizations, academia, the private sector, and international partners. And next is business and stock news.
The Central Bank of Nigeria has ordered all banks, fintechs, and licensed payment operators to fully migrate to the ISO 20022 messaging standard and geotag all payment terminals by October 31st, 2025. In a circular signed by its Director of Payment System Supervision, Rakiya Yusuf, on Monday, the CBN said all transactions must carry complete data, while POS terminals must have GPS-enabled geolocation, run at least Android 10, and operate with a 10-meter geofence of the registered business location. All existing terminals must be geotagged within 60 days, with compliance checks starting October 20th, 2025. The bank said the move will strengthen Nigeria's payment infrastructure, improve transparency, and enhance security. Nigeria and Brazil have signed a bilateral air service agreement, BASA, to enable direct flights between both countries. The deal was signed in Brazil by Nigeria's Aviation Minister, Festus Keyamo, and Brazil's Transport Minister, Silvio Costa Filho, in the presence of President Bola Tinubu and President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. According to officials, the agreement will boost trade, tourism, investment, and cultural exchange between Africa's and South America's largest economies. President Tinubu is on a 2-day state visit to Brazil, where he is also scheduled to meet with top legislative and judicial leaders. Licensed customs agents have opposed the House Committee on Customs Support for the Nigerian Customs Service's proposed license fee hike from 515,000 naira to 10 million naira for new licenses and from 215,000 naira to 4 million naira for renewables, effective January 2026. Association of Nigerian Licensed Customs Agents ANLCA President Emenike Nwoke Oji faulted the backing of the plan by the committee chairman, Leke Abejide, warning that it would hurt the maritime sector and fuel inflation. Stakeholders have urged the Nigeria Customs Service to reconsider the increase. The Apapa Area Command of the Nigeria Customs Service says it has generated 161 billion naira in 3 weeks through the Unified Customs Management System known as B-Odogu. Customs Area Controller Babatunde Olomu disclosed this at a stakeholder engagement on Monday. Babatunde Olomu said the management system still has room for improvement and commended stakeholders for their patience during recent downtime. He assured that the Customs Service ICT team is working to resolve challenges permanently. Olomu described Apapa Command as a strategic hub for revenue generation and said the Controller General has sustained dialogue with the Nigerian Shippers Council to ease transaction issues. And that's business news on Global News. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime Natus.
Now to stock news.
At the close of trading on Monday, August 26, the Nigerian Stock Exchange recorded a total of 604,999,546 shares exchanged across 28,819 deals for the market value of 12.89 billion naira. This reflects a 3% rise in traded volume and a 15% increase in turnover compared to the previous session, though the number of deals fell by 13%. The current market capitalization stands at 89.7 trillion naira, showing steady investor participation despite mixed sentiments. A total of 128 equities participated in the session, ending with 27 gainers and 33 losers. Top gainers included NCR Nigeria, which led the pack with a 10% share price increase, closing at 11 naira 55 kobo per share. It was followed closely by Sky Shelter Fund with a 9.99% increase, closing at 301 naira 55 kobo per share. Next is Beja Paints with a 9.06%, closing at 34 naira 90 kobo per share, and Better Glass Company with an 8.16% increase, closing at 486 naira. On the losing end, Secure Electronic Technology recorded the steepest loss, shedding 9.26% to close at 0 naira 98 kobo per share, followed by Qtix with an 8.97% decrease, closing at 3 naira 55 kobo per share. The NGX All-Share Index advanced by 321.59 points, closing at 141,761.36. Despite the day's gain, the index reflects a one-week loss of 0.6%, a four-week gain of 2.79%, and a year-to-date rise of 37.73%. This signals sustained market resilience driven by selective buying across key equities. In the foreign exchange market on Tuesday, the naira traded at 1,528 naira 61 kobo per US dollar at the official Central Bank of Nigeria rate. On the parallel market, also known as the black market, the naira exchanged between 1,542 naira and 1,547 naira to the dollar for buying and selling. The forex market continues to reflect pressure from increased dollar demand and ongoing economic adjustments. Analysts suggest that short-term volatility may persist as investors watch for policy moves aimed at stabilizing the currency. And that's the update from the Nigerian stock and money market this Wednesday morning. In Abuja, I am Thompson Ime.
Palestinian families left Gaza City on Tuesday after a night of Israeli shelling on its outskirts as Israelis launched a day of nationwide protest, calling for hostages to be released and the war in Gaza to end. Residents said Israeli area and tank shelling continued throughout the night and early on Tuesday, destroying roads and houses. The United Nations spokesperson Stephen Jurake said Gaza's health ministry had reported 3 more deaths from malnutrition in the past 24 hours, bringing the toll to 303, including 117 children. He said more than 36,000 people had been displaced in recent days, most fleeing from Gaza City toward Del Abala and Khan Yunis. He said humanitarian missions continued to face obstructions from Israeli authorities.
For those who have lost their lives, your colleagues, the medical workers, and all other civilians. He hopes that there is a solution, that there is a ceasefire, that we see humanitarian aid flow, that we see hostage families reunited with their loved ones, that we see the return of a political path, that we see the people of Gaza being afforded the ability to hope again, right? And I can tell you that on the hostage issues, the Secretary General has very often met with hostage families, and he's been following this very closely.
The Israeli military has said its forces are operating in the area to locate weapons and destroy tunnels used by militants. Despite widespread protest at home and international condemnation, Israel is preparing to launch a new offensive in Gaza City in what it describes as Hamas' last bastion. The United States is in negotiations with 14 companies over its plan to implement so-called most favored nation pricing on pharmaceutical drugs, Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said on Tuesday. Kennedy made the comments in a cabinet meeting alongside U.S. President Donald Trump.
We're really getting ripped off by the whole world. The whole world is ripping us off. And what happened is I got on this kick, and I got the drug companies to agree, and I got countries to agree. And they're not agreeing because they think I'm a nice person. They're agreeing because I will put charges and costs and tariffs onto them that will be many times more than what they're going to be paying. So the companies are there and the countries are there, and we got to get it done, Bobby. We got to get it done, and we're going to have the biggest price of it. Now, that's going to lower Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. This is going to lower everything because drugs go for everything. It's going to have the biggest impact, I think, of anything that can possibly be done. But your costs are going to be going down for medicine, for prescription drugs, will be going down at levels that nobody ever thought possible. And that's going to happen in a matter of a very short period of time.
The U.S. government will start seeking the death penalty in Washington, D.C. homicide cases, U.S. President Donald Trump said on Tuesday.
It'll be a crime-free city. By the way, speaking of that, anybody murders something in the Capitol, capital punishment, capital punishment. If somebody kills somebody in the Capitol, Washington, D.C., we're going to be seeking the death penalty. And that's a very strong preventative. And everybody that's heard it agrees with it. I don't know if we're ready for it in this country, but where you have it, it is, we have no choice. So in D.C. and Washington, states are going to have to make their own decision. But if somebody kills somebody, like you could have been killed, very lucky you didn't get killed, it's the death penalty, okay? Fantastic job you're doing. Thank you, Linda. Very much agree. How are you?
The move will further expand the Republicans' efforts to seek the mantle of law and order president and to exert power over the nation's capital, whose residents are largely Democrats. Trump declared an emergency, deployed hundreds of National Guard troops and federal law enforcement officials in the nation's capital to supplement local police dealing with what he said was an unacceptable level of violent street crime. City officials have rejected the claim that violent crime is rampant, pointing to federal and city statistics that show it has declined significantly since a spike in 2023. He has threatened to expand the effort to other cities, including Chicago. Seeking the death penalty for homicides in Washington would likely drastically increase the number of defendants on federal death row. Such cases often take many years to work through the court system, given the number of appeals available to defendants. Argentines living with disabilities on Tuesday waited for hours outside the National Agency for Disability, demanding answers from frozen pensions amid a graft probe. People called out the agency for interrupting their pensions abruptly, in some cases without notifying the beneficiary.
I'll tell you that first they cut off my daughter's payment, which she really needs. She has a disability in her hands. And then we received a letter telling us we had to submit all the paperwork from scratch. And that's when you're like, well, first they cut it and then they notify me. I want to believe the papers, the notification, took a while to arrive, but it would be good if they notified you first and then cut it, so you know the reason and don't end up facing this issue. Because we really need it, the pension. We're not here saying, come give me a paycheck, disability pension, because it's me or because it's my daughter. I went to collect the paycheck at the bank and they told me it's suspended. Why? I don't know, they didn't tell me anything, they didn't send me a paper or a note, nothing. I went to collect and they told me that, and I went to ANSES, National Social Security Administration, and ANSES tells me, it's suspended because you have to go to Hipólito Yrigoyen, National Agency for Disability, to submit some papers from the doctor. I was doing it but it expired this month. It wasn't expired yet for them to take it away. It's true there are people who collect without having any disability, but I have my disability. Maybe it's not very noticeable, but I have one. The letter clearly never arrived. My mom, because of a procedure she had to come do here, found out that the letter had been sent, but it never reached its destination. And they told her that if I didn't show up and she didn't either because she also receives the same pension, Since we have an inherited genetic disability, they were going to suspend the pension in September. And we depend on this pension because we can't go out to work.
Last week, local media published audio recordings in which a voice that sounds like that of Diago Spagnolo, then head of this disability agency, can be heard discussing bribery within the agency. He alludes to Karina Mele, President Javier Mele's sister and Chief of Staff, as receiving bribery payments. Spagnolo was later fired by the president. Government officials have not confirmed the authenticity of the audio, and Cabinet Chief Guillermo Francos has said that, according to Mele, Spagnolo never mentioned the alleged bribery. On Friday, various properties, including Spagnolo's residence, were raided as part of a government investigation. The scandal comes weeks ahead of a key local election in the Buenos Aires province and national midterm elections in October, while Mele's party is hoping to increase its presence in the opposition-controlled Congress. And that's the news this hour on Signature Television. My name is Christopher Lele. Good morning.
We are local.
International communities observing just finished taking Brighton market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV.
Good morning to you. It's a very lovely day this morning. Today is Wednesday, the 27th day of August 2025. It's quite a cold and rainy morning here in the city of ENUGU. I wonder how the weather is on your end. Well, today, the PDP ticket zoning to the south seems to be, heating up the political space again. All of this in preparation for the 2027 election. And, as always, these moves by these political parties spark a lot of controversies and debates. I mean, now we're seeing that the North, has something to say about that. Well, thankfully, we'll be having a conversation on that later on in the show. So make sure to stay tuned and keep watching. You're watching Signature Morning here on Signature TV, and I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. And we'll be coming up next to check what is making the waves on our newspaper headlines this morning. Stay tuned. Welcome back. We'll be starting with the Guardian newspaper, and on the headlines, we have over 5,000 cargoes trapped at ports amid 2 trillion naira demurrage losses on page 6. ASU threatens nationwide strike over unmet demands. Court orders for forfeiture of ex-military officers' 5 billion naira shares to FG. Insecurity, Tinubu to unveil revised national counter-terrorism strategy on page 3. And still on the Guardian, posers over security contracts, maintenance after 188th train derailment in 6 years. Gunmen kidnap pastor, worshipper couple in Kogi, Katsina. Rivers LG polls, police vow tough time for cultists, troublemakers. Oshun drags FG to Supreme Court over withheld FG funds. Electricity consumers raise concern over tariff hike, epileptic supply. Pencom mulls new pension investment rules, recovers 4.57 billion naira from 138 defaulting employers. And finally, on The Guardian, patients, caregivers groan as power cut throws Yaba Psychiatric Hospital in darkness. Now to the Daily Trust newspaper. Dr. Yahaya chairs Daily Trust Board of Economists. Taraba Deputy Governor resumes after 8-month absence. ASU protests over welfare threatens strike. Couple, daughter kidnapped in Katsina on pages 3 and 4. And we have Abuja Kaduna train derails again, 14 injured. Controversy over Japan's special visa for Nigerians. Daura hosts Durbar to mark World Outside Day. And address corruption allegation, lawyer CSOs tell Kano governor. Now we're moving over to the Punch newspaper. And on the headlines, we have 2027 PDP ticket zoning to South splits North. Parties' northern stakeholders to review decision next week. Move may favor Tinubu's re-election, warn Arewa youths. Zoning fair to South, says Middle Belt. You can find all of this on page 2. U.S. court jails Oshun monarch over $4.2 million COVID-19 fraud. 239 first-class lecturers quit Unilag over poor pay. This is from the ex-vice chancellor. ASU protests rocks campuses ahead FG talks. Withheld allocations, Oshun drags FG to Supreme Court. Probe begins as Abuja Kaduna train mishap injures 6 on page 20. Now to the Vanguard newspaper. Presidency, Northern blocs oppose PDP zoning tickets to South. With riders, Northern youths kick against PDP's decision. We won't take it, North Central stakeholders tell PDP APC. Decision violates Nigeria party's constitution, says Hastim Group. APC, PDP may lose in North to a strong Northern candidate. This is from Rufai. PDP members demanding zoning tickets to North are selfish. This is from Bode George. Obi keeps LP, PDP guessing. ADC tackles PDP, APC on zoning tickets 2 years to poll. Says PDP trying to lure Jonathan, Obi, Amechi. All of that on page 5. Benue Assembly suspends ex-speaker over Governor Alia's impeachment move. Third Mainland Bridge mishaps, LASTMA, police, FRSC differ. Ribadu hands over 128 rescued kidnapped victims to families. Nigeria records 46% decline in variant poliovirus cases. This is from the NPHCDA on page 9. Now over to the Blueprint newspaper. No hiding place for criminals terrorizing Nigerian citizens, says Ribadu. Hands over 128 rescued captives to Zamfara government. Governor Nasir commends security agencies on resilience. Al-Barnawi, terror suspect warned over absence in court. Still on the Blueprint newspaper, Benue Assembly suspends sacked Speaker Hyacinth Dajo. While still on the Blueprint, 6 injured in Abuja-Kaduna train accident. NSIB begins probe. NEMA assesses damage. Ubasani commiserates with victims. Now I'm moving over to the Daily Times newspaper. NSA hands over 128 rescued kidnapped victims to Zamfara government. NSIB, NRC commence investigation into Kaduna train derailment. Tinubu orders ban of share nuts exports. 5 arrested for raping minor in Bauchi. On page 5, PDP reps lament hardship, asks Tinubu to wake up to task. Defense minister engages Brazilian counterpart on security bilateral cooperation. NGX projects $90 billion market opportunity as Nigeria, Brazil deepen investment ties on page 12. And finally, on the Daily Times newspaper, NAMA boosts air safety with NCAA certified ATC simulator on page 11. And that is it on the Daily Times and on our newspaper headlines this morning, and it's time for our review. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Jay.
How are you today?
I'm going to be better. I don't know which one that is giving me cold. Is it the ENUGU cold weather or the Nigerian newspaper headlines? But which other way? I'm having cold, and I hope it will not affect.
Hopefully you'll feel warm soon.
Well, I hope so. I hope so. Hoping that I will see one news to warm my heart and take away my cold.
Yeah.
But let's start from Guardian. The Guardian newspaper says conscience nurture the truth. Let's see. It said ASU threatens nationwide strike over unmet demand.
Yes.
And somewhere somebody said ASU strike disorganizes or disrupts activity in the campus.
Yes.
Of course, yes. Of course, yes. There's no how the house will start falling down and the roof stays. ASU is the main bone of university. Before you know it, or for some who have forgotten, it's the Association of Senior, what they call it, University or lecturers or whatever, ASU. What I know is that university lecturers and the senior ones. So those are the ones where you have the professors or the lecturers in the universities, they belong. So once they cough, the universities, they will catch cold. I hope it's not they were coughing that had made me catch cold. That's by the way. What is the federal government doing? The federal government has dealt with ASU for as far as I know, in the last 20 years, we have had ASU going off and on and off and on. And the question is, why is it difficult to get ASU demand met by federal government? Is it that ASU is demanding more than that federal government can meet? Is it that the federal government is deliberately doing this to ASU to weaken them, to make sure that they do not have the power, or what? I don't just know. Does the federal government speak truly to our educational system and the standard they want? Because my father said, if you give the native doctor and give him enough food and he finds himself fully satisfied, he can go into the evil forest to harvest herbs. If you want the university graduates or Nigerian, coming from Nigerian extraction, if you want our educational system, especially the university, please look towards what ASU is demanding and let's find a meeting point and let ASU for once breathe. It's an, the other analysis we have had in this on this table over time, where one National Assembly person is owning any what can pay, did they say 4,000? 227 lecturers,
yes,
professors.
Professors, yes.
It's insulting, it's annoying, it's insensitive, and we are thinking about producing. Anyway, the people at National Assembly, none of their children are schooling in Nigeria.
Yeah.
So, whatever they do, ASU talk from now to heaven, they are not interested. If they are, I assure you that the Minister of Education in Nigeria and all the commissioners of education in 36 states, even whatever they call that person in Abuja, their children are not schooling here. So why should anybody look towards ASU? ASU might as well back and back and back, go on strike, come back. It's in Nigeria we have had the university closed down for more than a year. Nobody blink, and we see churn out product. Our problem in Nigeria now is that university is overwhelming Nigeria. So there's 7-year ban on opening new universities. So, but the one they have, they cannot manage. Even the private ones are better manage more than
the public.
Of course we know. So over 5,000 cargoes trapped at the airport amid 2 trillion demurrage and losses. I don't understand this country. Who will pay this 2 trillion demurrage? Some of the cargoes, whatever is inside them would have expired. In the same Nigeria, some of them might be drugs imported. If you delay it for this long and somebody come and pay you 2 trillion and Nigeria will collect it, you will still go to the market to arrest a fake drug and expired drug by NAFDAC. I get confused. Some of them might be food products who are canned. Yes. Some of these things will have expired, and Nigeria is still talking about 2 trillion demurrage. Somebody will pay them. Why will you allow cargoes that cannot be cleared? We have had in the past when they say the customs are doing what they call rapid clearance and all that. Once before the cargo drops in Nigerian water, the papers are in your hand, you go and collect. But they still build the system that doesn't make it easy for any importer to collect the cargoes. There is so much corruption in Nigerian Port Authority. Money is changing hands. And then somebody that is not supported by government will raise fund. We're not talking about those ones who are doing importing contraband. But there's somebody who's doing journey business.
Food, drugs, drinks.
And they go and port with all the money, life savings. Because of sleaze in the Port Authority and customs, these things will be dropped there. And tomorrow we want the person to be patriotic and partisan, patriotic. What do we want from this country? Why are we making everything difficult? And nobody is being punished. People will sit somewhere eating kola nut and groundnut. Over the month they will collect salary. Where is this government that paid them? Don't they ask questions? Show your result on your report card, scorecard, create standard. No party, everybody is moving about. The one discourse is that is it lawlessness? Is it carelessness? Why are we running a country like this? That we will come 5,000 cargoes, 2 trillion demurrage. The ghost will pay them. And some of the goods, if they fail, you will find some of these goods, they will still find their way into the country unchecked. And they were wondering why we have cancer, a rise case of death. As if they care. As far as politicians concerned, they want Nigerians dead so that they have the easy way to go in and out and go back to Abuja. Going between Abuja and their villages is all that they care. Nothing else matters. But God will punish them. For those who think like that, I don't think he will punish everybody. For everybody who is corrupt and never think about Nigeria, and then making all they are making in the name of Nigeria, deceiving people, talking from both sides of their mouth. These are things we see in the headline. And you expect that my code will go. It's even costing more code for me. Over security contract, maintenance after 188 train derailment in 6 years. We have had 188 train derailment in life. This is news that is everywhere since yesterday. Kaduna bound train.
Abuja Kaduna train.
There was a derailment and then passengers were trapped. Some say 14 passengers injured, some say 6. And then, first thing I will say, where are the people reporting this newspaper headline? Where are they getting their figure? Some get from Moon, some get from Mars, some get from Plateau, some get from anywhere. All the, all the bodies of satellites around the world, that's where they get it. That's why their data differ. And these newspaper writers and editors, whether they cross-check, I don't know. They're causing sensation, giving us half data, confusing everybody. If there are 14 injured, the source would have been direct from one source. Why is it that 6? Are they trying to... Things will happen in Nigeria. Even newspapers will not be allowed to report the accurate number. They will not allow the people to report accurate number, and things will be going the way it's going. This is totally unacceptable, and that's not the Nigeria we want. So 188 trail derailment in 6 years, and I was wondering, Uche, is this in Nigeria? The main trail has been derailed, really? And the issue they pose here is, how can these people be brought? The Chinese are brought to be building us railways with the biscuits, and they have not signed the winter contract of maintenance. They come and learn these things. Within 1 week, they are off. We look at pursuing contract around Nigeria, and they will set Nigeria on this kind. Is it the kind of railways they build in China? How many train derailment have you had in China? This kind, and this one show clearly from the pictures that it was the rails that were biscuits. These were millions of Nigerians have going posing. If it's not security, bandits and security that will stop train and kill people, then it will be derailment. That's a country. In one country alone.
All right, let's look at what's going on in the political scene. 2027, PDP ticket zoning to South splits the North. Apparently, the Northern blocs are opposing PDP zoning ticket to South.
Why is it only the zoning of ticket to the South that will split the North? Somebody is trying to put the North, knock heads. The North, the Northern bloc, and Nigerian political structure are people who know what they want. Nothing splits them. Not even zoning PDP to the South will split them. These are sensational. The Northern politicians know what they want in Nigeria, and they go for it. And let me tell you, for those who are trying to fulfill the book, the most valid and effective political alliance that happened in Nigeria is the one between the Igbos and the North. So, and the people they are talking about this, are they members of PDP? It was this wrong zoning that kept PDP where they are, meaning that the same sickness that is holding PDP is what they are playing around, giving it, when we wear clothes to give them, they will decorate and give them lipstick, they will rub, they will do, do all the decoration so that PDP never see the light of day. And that's what, at the point the PDP is trying to find his left, the people are still saying, don't talk about this, so that PDP will just put the last nail on the coffin of PDP. Why should the zoning, I mean, if it's zoning, they have a constitution zoning, it's only them that know their constitution. If they are going against their constitution, maybe they've gone against their constitution in the past and it's splitting them. Not the one that I know of now. And I'm not a member of PDP. But all I'm saying is that it is wrong to say that zoning presidency to the South by PDP will disrupt or split the North. What PDP has gained from the South and the damages the PDP, believing the PDP has done to the South, can never be paid back. So whoever thinks that when the South is mentioned, then the PDP split, it means that PDP has already sworn to split, whether they are coming from South, North, East, or West. PDP must split. It must split. It mustn't be only North. So then they not knock heads. It's not, I don't believe in all those things they are talking about. You shouldn't split anybody. If you are sure of what you are doing, zone it to where you zone it, where it should be zoned constitutionally in the party constitution. And then whoever wants to split can split. Do what is right, and let the devil be shamed. Let's move on.
All right, this sad one, couple and daughter kidnapped in Katsina. I mean, it appeared almost everywhere. Gunmen kidnapped pastor, worshipper, couple in Katsina and Kogi. There are different...
It's as sad as that. Yes. In the mosque the other day in Katsina, you know how many that were killed and kidnapped. So there's no sentiment, I am a Christian, it happened in a Christian church, whatever, but we are balancing it with what happened in Katsina. It's still the same blood that runs in the vein of the Muslim and the Christian. We are saying what is bad no matter who do it. You don't need to kidnap even the person who is an African traditional religion worshipper. It doesn't make sense. We are human beings. If there's anybody who should kidnap, let's leave to God. When the death comes, that's how God kidnaps people. You go there and answer. No human being has the power to kidnap anybody and the right, morally, religiously, and otherwise. So whether it happened to in a Christian church, we condemn it. Is not good. And God knows it's not good. Even if it's my father that is doing the kidnapping, he do it in the Christian church. Want me, I can never support that. So if you do it to anybody who has the same blood and running like I am, feeling pain, I should know what you want others to do unto you. That's the golden rule. Do unto others. Will you support it? It was part of this confusion that started when even were perpetuating. People were looking for who do it. You see, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Igala, and evil. Keep perpetuating now. He has tentacle. When they're talking about when people come in Nigeria, we start profiling it. It doesn't work. Evil is evil.
Yeah, but also on the headline, still on this issue of kidnap, we're seeing that Ribadu hands over 128 rescued captives to Zamfara government. There are different. Daily Times says NSA hands over 128 rescued kidnapped victims to Zamfara government.
The NSA is celebrating result. Good. We said the result, the reward of good work is more work. If NSA has done this, do more. I'm sure there are millions of Nigerians in the captivity of these bandits. So let more be recovered and hand over. And then they don't think about, I see IDPs as government kidnap camps. Make the people go back to their villages. You bring them at the cost of government and the foreign donors. We keep people who should be active working in their farms. Let's solve the sickness. Heal the sickness, forget the symptoms. And Nigeria will come back to normal. This one, food insecurity. Most millions, that's 900% of people in IDP camps are farmers who have been feeding Nigeria. Because if those people, if you have over 5 million Nigerians who go to their farms and feed themselves, you know how many mouths he has saved Nigerians from bothering about feeding. And some of them have excess they sell in the local market. That's what trickles and go to the mega city market. And those are the ones we kept in the IDPs. I'm spending money to keep them. With all these leads that has gone. Anywhere you have such population, you have a lot of people going around there. People are feeding on blood money. And they will think they are making it. But that's Nigeria for you. You know, any bush that does not want anybody that hates, that forbids basket, should not allow mushroom to grow. Nigeria is a bush that come and preach that they forbid the basket, but they go back inside the forest and grow mushrooms.
All right.
Nigeria na sonkata. Nigeria it's a controversy. Something you cannot balance. I've never seen that kind of thing. We don't say anything, follow it up. We don't do anything. We just want to be talking to seem as if we are talking. But all talk and no action is what kept Nigeria where we are. Let us talk and do. Not talk and not do.
So before we go, let's look at this Osun LG allocation. Osun drags FG to Supreme Court over withheld LG allocations.
That's what we tell you, that Nigeria is something that's so controversial. Before, at the beginning, earlier part of the year when we were starting, this idea of local government autonomy came, we were all hailing it and shouting and from federal government, coming from federal government. Now it's the federal government that been taken to court for withholding LG account. How do you balance it? Is it not the same thing I'm saying about controversy? Why are we?
It's so contradicting.
That is it. Call it this one. You don't even know where to place it. So why should federal government hold the Osun account for that long? Which other account of local government has been released even in the first place? Because since we start talking about the issue of local government opening the account has not been settled, as far as I know, unless it was settled last night. And then the government still insists that they will control the account. They must have a hand in opening an account for whatever reason. They now find out that somewhere along the line, the constitution may have given the governor such powers and there was a stalemate. Can Nigeria thrive in stalemate if we want to move further, knowing that governors controlling account the local government has never worked in the past? Why can't we sit the way we act? When somebody fight in the airport, they carry him to jail from there. If we have something that will affect Nigeria, they cannot affect it and have some addendum in the constitution and then move that in so that local government will have dividend of democracy reaching the people. And nobody is talking about it. We're going round and round. Before we finish it, another round of governance reaches another re-elected or either whatever happens, and the local government issue keep going round and round. If Nigeria refuses to tell themselves the truth, that truth will still stack Nigeria to the face. Anytime they wake up, they will see the truth as haunting Nigeria.
All right.
So, God bless those who have listened, and God bless Nigeria. Remember, it's for those who deserve to be blessed.
Thank you so much, Chris, for your review this morning. And that is it on our newspaper headlines and review. And we'll be coming your way with interesting conversations, so make sure to stay tuned.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
As the 2025 Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association draws to a close in less than 3 days, vendors at the Mami Market are experiencing mixed emotions. While some business owners are filled with sadness, others remain hopeful about the potential sales and opportunities the conference has brought. From food sellers to souvenir traders, expectations were high ahead of the event, with many investing heavily in stock and logistics. For some, the anticipated rush of customers did not match reality, while others say the conference has helped them expand their customer base beyond ENUGU as visiting delegates patronized their stalls. Mrs. Uchechi, a frustrated food vendor at Mami Market, revealed that her 200,000 naira worth of tiger nut juice had gone bad due to low sales even after she slashed the price. To make matters worse, she's unhappy with the market organizers, claiming they failed to uphold their end of the bargain.
I have no sale for 3 days. I need to relocate my canopy to another stand, which even the task force was asking me why I left. I said I left because I will recover my money. That 225,000 naira collected for me as an vendor, and they promised that they will not allow hawkers to parade in the arena, but they disappointed us by allowing hawkers to parade, collecting 30,000 naira, 50,000 naira from them to come in and sell at a cheaper rate over we that paid 225,000 naira, making our product, this product now is worth of 300,000 naira, but it's a waste. And we pour it away because it's a tiger nut. It doesn't last more than 2 days. It will just spoil. Every day I spend 4,000, 5,000 naira ice block to make sure to have a sale, but yet I don't have a sale.
For Miss Love Wafo, owner of a clothing line at Mami Market, the biggest challenge is the sea of competition. With so many vendors selling similar products, she's finding it tough to make sales and stay afloat.
They met the expectation to, let me say, 70%. It's not really bad, the organization, but I think they should do better in terms of choosing the niche they, accept, okay? I think one particular niche should be maximum of 10 to 20, so that those people can actually sell well, okay? So we had that issue of so many people doing the same thing that you do, and then you're struggling, to find your grounds. So that is the particular place I want them to work on.
Meanwhile, a different food vendor was riding high on a wave of success, with sales meeting expectations and a confident outlook for the conference's final days.
I'm making little sales here, and people are coming here. They love our food. In fact, they really love our food, and I appreciate it.
The business owners are, however, appealing to the organizers to adhere strictly to agreement and a more curated vendor selection process to ensure a thriving market.
If the lawyer of this country that make a law and they are the one breaking the law, because I meet one of those that gave us this stand and to ask them, why are they doing this to us? They promised us that they are not going to allow the hawkers to come in so that we can make sales. But they allow it. They say it's the system. What is the system?
I think this conference, the lesser the number of vendors, the better, so that those people can focus on serving the crowd that comes. Okay, so but if they find out that a lot of people are here and then they are collecting money from a lot of people, they will come out here and start struggling. Businesses are struggling, okay, to make sales.
NBA conference attendees who shopped at Mami Market weighed in on their experiences, sharing thoughts on product quality, food prices, and more.
The prices of food and other commodities are very fair. And when I was coming, I was like, okay, there's something for me to like get trousers, those lawyers waistcoat, and I've been able to like move around, and the prices are also relatively fair.
I went around to see if I could get some ordinary everyday wear in terms of polo, t-shirts, and all that, but I couldn't get any. You know, I went around the market. We only have sufficient number of clothes in terms for the women, for the ladies, then jackets for the men. Probably because it pertains to lawyers, so the vendors thought lawyers don't wear jeans, they don't wear t-shirts, they don't wear polos and all that.
The Mami Market served as a center for attendees to purchase goods and services during the conference. The inclusion of the Mami Market at the NBA conference highlights its continued relevance as a community and commercial hub in Nigeria. For now, these traders remain uncertain whether the experience will be remembered as a gainful venture or as a costly gamble. Christopher Lele, reporting for Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. Now we're moving, to the topic of PDP and their zoning of presidency to the south. They once again have the spotlight, zoning to the south ahead of 2027 elections. So let us see what that is about. Joining us via Zoom this morning is Comrade Chuba Opuzo. He's a public affairs analyst. Good morning and thank you for joining us.
Good morning and thank you for having me.
All right. Now, looking at this zoning issue, I mean, this has been a recurring feature in Nigeria's politics, in PDP, and, everything that has to do with the elections. So now I'd like to know why looking at the zoning principle or the principle of zoning when it comes to politics, why would you say that this has remained a sensitive issue within the PDP and even Nigerian politics generally?
Once again, first and foremost, I would say thank you for having me. And most importantly, it is very, very good for us all to understand or accept the fact that zoning might not be enshrined in the Nigerian constitution, as it were, but zoning is a measure that politicians all over the world have used as a means of trying to allay the fears that comes with politicking, most especially in the area of trying to accommodate everybody, being to the fact that whether we like it or yes, elections are a game of numbers. And if we're going to go by a game of numbers, zoning is the only possible way whereby you can have minorities being co-opted in the system without issues. Because if you do not zone, there are minority regions in every nation or every democratic setting that will never ever have the shot at leadership because they are what's it called? They are constrained by numbers. And having established that fact, or if I believe I've been able to establish that fact to the understanding of everyone, you will realize that the zoning of the American government, where you see the Democrats and the Republicans, whether they accept it or yes, there is a quiet way of the zoning that causes a balance there. And I think that is why the zoning is so important, even in the Nigerian demograph. But it's just a pity that we have not been able to do it in a more organized and mature manner, and therefore creating acrimonies that at the end of the day create even more problems for us as a people. But whether we like it or not, I think now the PDP is zoning a presidency to the south. For me, I think it is rather too late to get getting it right. And like if we go back to 2015, you've realized that the North believed that Jonathan entered into a meeting with everybody and agreed that in 2015 he was going to relinquish the powers of the presidency to the North. And if it was going to relinquish the powers of the presidency to the North on grounds of what zoning, so that they will complete the Yaradua 4-year term. But it is just because people do not really believe, and people the suspicion here and there about the political class, which we do not have any reasons to trust their decisions anyways. It was sort of upon that light that the northern part of Nigeria supported a northern candidature and ensured that although we were in the People's Democratic Party at the time, but it worked clearly against the party, and that has well led us to the APC-led government that we have today. And what we have expected that, okay, since President Buhari had become president, he would respect the zoning structure, finish a 1-year term, and walk away. But the truth is, it was a party thing, and even if it's a party thing, every party wants to start counting their zoning structure from the year they entered into office. And then another question that will be begging for answers will be if it was the Southerner that was the Northerner that was trying to stretch out his tenure of completing an 8-year term, as it were, will the southern part of Nigeria be able to wrestle the power from the Northerner? The answer or the guesses are as good as yours, as your mind directs you. Having said this, it is important for us to note that back in 2023, the People's Democratic Party entered into another frenzy on grounds of zoning. And that frenzy was so deep because we saw a very influential figures, as it were at the time. And the person that was being led by the then Rivers State governor, now the FCT minister, Chimba Wike, who believed that if the zoning structure was not upheld, that he was going to work against the party. He did not hide his feelings. But the truth could not be overemphasized. the committee, the then Benue State governor who led the committee of the zoning of the zoning structure of the People's Democratic Party, he did a very bad job, and that should be established. Because whether you are zoning or not, they should have been clear on where the zoning was going to. If we're zoning to the south, we are now microzoning to the southeast. That should have been established, but that was never established because some persons believed they were smart enough. They were going to make it work on a southern arrangement. We saw all that transpired already from the southern governors that had to merge together, both APC and PDP, to ensure that meeting that was held in Asaba in August 2022 or so, that they ensured that the presidency must be zoned to the south. Immediately, the presidency was zoned to the south. People from the People's Democratic Party disrespected or disregarded the supposed microzoning of the south, presidency to the south, not just to the south, but to the southeast. But people that felt that they had powers and they had monies jumped in the fray and said it was a southern thing. And people that took opportunity, saw the loopholes, took up advantage of it from the north. And that was how Atiku emerged. And we all know the end of the story. We saw where it led to us. However, that is not the reason why anybody will say one person lost or one person won. The 2023 election was an abysmal representation from the umpire, which was INEC, and that is what led us to where we are. I want to make this point very, very clear, because it was not the reason why People's Democratic Party lost or the Labour Party lost. No. What made these persons lost is a clear-cut shortcomings of the electoral umpire, which is INEC, and until that can be rectified, I don't think the zoning is equally the problem even going forward, because I think even at this point in time, our major problem still remains the electoral umpire, its unbiasedness and sincerity to carry out the duties as they are stipulated it on paper.
Exactly. Now, you've said quite a lot, and one of the things you said that caught my attention is the idea of microzoning and the concerns around that. Because, beyond zoning to the south, there is, like you said, the talk of microzoning either to the southwest or southeast or south-south. So do you think that this microzoning issue could end up dividing, the south further? What do you think about, how it hasn't been streamlined yet as to which of the zones are going to be, taken into consideration?
Thank you for the question. It's a very intelligent question, and I will do my best to answer it as best as I can. But let it be very, very clear that we are not by any means saying that a particular zone at any particular point in time was pinpointed by Constitution to be the ones to carry to bear the flag of either of the parties. But we are saying by the conscience and the spirit of party zoning, it was meant to be microzoned to the southeast in 2023. But the pride and arrogance and desire of some very few persons in the People's Democratic Party, ably led by the two front runners at the time, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar and Chief Barrister Nyesom Wike, made sure that did not see the light of day. And that is why, if you listen to my first analogy, I clearly put all the blames of the People's Democratic Party on the shoulder of the former governor of Benue State, who was unable to be man enough and sincere enough to say, if the party had if the party needed to ensure that these things work, what was needed to be done was simple: ensure to it that the microzoning would have been equally captured. You should have not let it open, because they're leaving it. That committee leaving it open clearly made it obvious that you were allowing an Atiku Abubakar to be thrown into the fray. And you were believing by your structural arrangement that Barrister Nyesom Wike was definitely going to become the presidential flag bearer. But even when that failed, the rumors making the round that have never been debunked from 2022 to 2022 to now to date was that the former governor of Rivers State equally opted, after all the noises on air, wanted to become the deputy vice presidential flag bearer of his party. To a large extent, that would have possibly tilted the election to another dimension, one way or the other. Nobody can clearly say this this would have been or that would have been, because only God knows the final say on these issues. But the reality remains that the truth not being overflowed if the People's Democratic Party zoning committee, as led by the then governor of Benue State, had done the needful, which everybody expected him to do, and did not play politics like they will all come out to make excuses tomorrow or today, as it were, and microzone that zoning structure to the southeastern part of Nigeria. Because whether you like it or yes, when you talk about the South as it is today, 3 parts of this country make up the South. The Southwest has been captured by Obasanjo's tenure. The South has been captured by Jonathan's tenure. And the Southeast is the only zone that is yet to be represented in the zoning arrangement. And upon that strength, one would have expected a southeastern presidential flag bearer for the People's Democratic Party in 2023. And everybody, everybody knew where and how it should have gone. But because people felt that they were more Nigerians than the other person, they were more political than the other person, they know how to play the dirty politics, and they saw that was what led the party to where it went. And at the end of the day, like I see made clear and bold to state, these were not the reasons that turned out the outcome of the result. We saw a very mafioso, evil kind of politicking, and as led by the electoral umpire, up until date that nobody can come out to justify and excuse them of. So whether we like it or yes, I think even at this point in time, for me, the zoning structure of the People's Democratic Party is coming rather too late. It is not about a zoning thing right now. It's about the credibility of a party, of a personality. Anybody the People's Democratic Party is going to be fielding for the 2027 election, it's about the credibility, not just the People's Democratic Party, the entirety of the opposition. If they come together and see to it that say to it that yes, we are feeding a person with a level of credibility and acceptance by the Nigerian people, only then and only then can we now say something can come out of it. Outside of that, I can bet you for free, nothing tangible will come out of it done in the opposition.
Right. Now let's look at the position of the North. Because, the northern political groups now are criticizing the decision to zone the presidency to the South, and it's, saying that it alienates them being coming from the North. So I'd like to know, what do you think about the reaction that the Northern Bloc has concerning this zoning to the South?
Whether you like it or yes, the truth remains what it is. The Southern politicians that over the years made themselves puppets to the northern politicians today. This is the reality. No matter who the politician is, no matter the office he or she wants to claim to have, these are my opinions, and these are the things I think are considered realities on ground. And what are these realities and what are my opinions? Opinions are very clear and straight. The northern class of northern politicians consider themselves the best of people to sit in the office of the presidency. They consider themselves the most popular people who have the voting strength and to marshal out people to ensure that things are done, go their way. The northern political class have again and again clearly told the southern political class that they must decide their fate at every given instance. And until the southern political class stands up to say this is what it ought to be. In 2015, we saw the what we would consider the height of betrayal, because we had a country that was running, we had a country that was workable, however, not perfect, but very truthfully to any sincere Nigerian and analyst that wants to be unbiased. I've never been a party member to say at this point in time this was it or this was that, but I'm telling you based on analysis that we had a system that was functional, but for gentleman agreements that were breached, did not galvanize itself together and ensured that did not work, that the president at the time did not have a second shot at the presidency. And they stood by it, and it worked for them. So for coming out to say a northern group is coming out to cry out now, either the northern group is either ignorant, either the northern group is either too pompous, too proud, and feeling too important in the scheme of things. And I think it is high time people let people understand that Nigeria is a country for all, not a country for a selected few. However, we are one of those people who at some point in time advocated for competency as against zoning and all. But whether we like it or yes, this is our reality. And what is that reality that faces all of us? The reality is the fact that today, as it is, the presidency has been zoned to the south by virtue of gentleman arrangement. But to what end is the presidency being zoned to the south? To what end? How is it going to affect things? That is most important. It's not just about zoning presidency to the south and say on paper we zone the presidency to the south. Who is going to fly the party's ticket? On top of that, the south already, the ruling party, which is leading us in a very disastrous direction today as a government, is already upon the path with a southern representative in the person of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, if you are bringing a southerner, who is the southerner? And upon what platform is the southerner going to function and going to give a reasonable competition to the already existing the party in power? That is one question. Secondly, if the People's Democratic Party should be taken seriously, why is it ensuring now that he wants to come out loud, the loudness of his voice, to zone the presidency to the south? When you had the opportunity to make it happen, you did not make it happen. Is it now that the party is almost in comatose? Where you are sending the party to the presidency to the south, then as you are sending the party to the presidency to the south, with all the structures on ground till today tilting and pointing to where it is, where we are seeing it. Come on, I think for me, the People's Democratic Party is at this point in time seemingly joke. They've got to do more than just talk. They've got to do more than just bring out statements on paper. And until they have done more than all of these, only then can people start considering them an opposition that should be taken seriously. Up until then, I think it is but a joke for me.
All right, thank you so much. I mean, there is so much to unpack concerning this conversation around the PDP zoning presidency to the south. But for now, we're going to end it here because we've run out of time. But thank you so much for your insightful conversation on this. It's a pleasure to have you.
Always my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right, we'll be back in a moment. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Central Bank of Nigeria has ordered all banks, fintechs, and licensed payment operators to fully migrate to the ISO 20022 messaging standard and geotag all payment terminals by October 31st, 2025. In a circular signed by its Director of Payment System Supervision, Rakiya Yusuf, on Monday, the CBN said all transactions must carry complete data, while POS terminals must have GPS-enabled geolocation, run at least Android 10, and operate with a 10-meter geofence of the registered business location. All existing terminals must be geotagged within 60 days, with compliance checks starting October 20th, 2025. The bank said the move will strengthen Nigeria's payment infrastructure, improve transparency, and enhance security. Nigeria and Brazil have signed a bilateral air service agreement, BASA, to enable direct flights between both countries. The deal was signed in Brazil by Nigeria's Aviation Minister, Festus Keyamo, and Brazil's Transport Minister, Silvio Costa Filho, in the presence of President Bola Tinubu and President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. According to officials, the agreement will boost trade, tourism, investment, and cultural exchange between Africa's and South America's largest economies. President Tinubu is on a 2-day state visit to Brazil, where he is also scheduled to meet with top legislative and judicial leaders. Licensed customs agents have opposed the House Committee on Customs Support for the Nigerian Customs Services proposed license fee hike from 515,000 naira to 10 million naira for new licenses and from 215,000 naira to 4 million naira for renewables, effective January 2026. Association of Nigerian Licensed Customs Agents ANLCA President Emenike Nwoke-Oji faulted the backing of the plan by the committee chairman Leke Abejide, warning that it would hurt the maritime sector and fuel inflation. Stakeholders have urged the Nigeria Customs Service to reconsider the increase. The Apapa Area Command of the Nigeria Customs Service says it has generated 161 billion naira in 3 weeks through the Unified Customs Management System known as ENUGU. Customs Area Controller Babatunde Olomu disclosed this at a stakeholder engagement on Monday. Babatunde Olomu said the management system still has room for improvement and commended stakeholders for their patience during recent downtime. He assured that the Customs Service ICT team is working to resolve challenges permanently. Olomu described Apapa Command as a strategic hub for revenue generation and said the Comptroller General has sustained dialogue with the Nigerian Shippers Council to ease transaction issues. And that's business news on Global News. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime Natus.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
At the close of trading on Monday, August 26, the Nigerian Stock Exchange recorded a total of 604,999,546 shares exchanged across 28,819 deals with a market value of 12.89 billion naira. This reflects a 3% rise in traded volume and a 15% increase in turnover compared to the previous session, though the number of deals fell by 13%. The current market capitalization stands at 89.7 trillion naira, showing steady investor participation despite mixed sentiments. A total of 128 equities participated in the session, ending with 27 gainers and 33 losers. Top gainers included NCR Nigeria, which led the pack with a 10% share price increase, closing at 11 naira 55 kobo per share. It was followed closely by Sky Shelter Fund with a 9.99% increase, closing at 301 naira 55 kobo per share. Next is Beja Paints with a 9.06%, closing at 34 naira 90 kobo per share, and Better Glass Company with an 8.16% increase, closing at 486 naira. On the losing end, Secure Electronic Technology recorded the steepest loss, shedding 9.26% to close at 0 naira 98 kobo per share, followed by Qtix with an 8.97% decrease, closing at 3 naira 55 kobo per share. The NGX All-Share Index advanced by 321.59 points, closing at 141,761.36. Despite the day's gain, the index reflects a 1-week loss of 0.6%, a 4-week gain of 2.79%, and a year-to-date rise of 37.73%. This signals sustained market resilience driven by selective buying across key equities. In the foreign exchange market on Tuesday, the naira traded at 1,528 naira 61 kobo per US dollar at the official Central Bank of Nigeria rate. On the parallel market, also known as the black market, the naira exchanged between 1,542 naira and 1,547 naira to the dollar for buying and selling. The forex market continues to reflect pressure from increased dollar demand and ongoing economic adjustments. Analysts suggest that short-term volatility may persist as investors watch for policy moves aimed at stabilizing the currency. And that's the update from the Nigerian stock and money market this Wednesday morning. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime.
With a population of about 36 million people, The Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We're back, and now we're going to be looking at another discussion on the welfare of footballers in Nigeria, in the past, in the present, and the future, with Pastor Austin Igwe-Okolo. He's an ex-Rangers player, a football administrator, and he's currently the ex-Rangers chairman. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning to you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
All right, now talking about the welfare of footballers in Nigeria. First of all, I'd like to know, in your opinion, how would you say that currently, footballers or ex-football players are being, taken care of?
First, let me start with appreciating the governor of ENUGU State, Dr. Barrister Ndobese Mba, for the wonderful gesture and his kindness towards the ex-Rangers because of our past hero, Christian Chukwu, how he threw in his weight to see that we, the ex-Rangers, at least we had rest during his burial. And the family of Chukwu also had rest during his burial because he called everybody and said, this is going to be a state burial. So everybody just went and rest. so we didn't struggle. Yeah, so I want to first commend him. And not only that, in one of the occasions he came and he said that from that day, you begin to take care of ex-Rangers, the welfare of ex-Rangers. So for me, it's commendable. I want to start with that because at times you see bad news can spread faster
than the good ones.
Yeah, than the good ones. So I want to start with that one, commending His Excellency for that wonderful gesture towards the ex-Rangers family because we have a lot of them that are sick today. Old, sick, they can't walk again, and they have families that they are taking care of. They have kids also. Yeah. Not only that, when the governor visited Chukwu's family, he asked them, is there anybody here who is not working among your children? He said, instantly we'll give that person a job. So it's commendable. We cannot forget that. Now, when we come to the welfare of footballers, not only footballers, other athletes in Nigeria as a whole, he discovered that at times it's really bad. It's bad. When I say bad, and mostly when they retire. When it's worse when they retire. When they are playing, at times you can see they can pay them some extra code, and some of them also can be employed. But once they stop playing, it seems everybody forgot that these ones once helped this nation. There was a time they were carrying the flag of this nation, and everybody was rejoicing. Like we said, sports generally is a common factor that unite everybody in this country. You see, whenever they are playing football, you see everybody is rejoicing. Nobody cares to know where he's coming from and where he's going to. All we know is that, hey, now we are all one Nigeria.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's one fact, that's one aspect that you cannot forget. You must throw in everything that it takes to make sports generally become what it should be, just like we see it happening outside this country. We've seen people who God has helped using this divine endowment to get their family out of poverty, out of lack, and today they are even better than some of the lawyers and doctors I have a player that some of the lawyers are asking me, can you introduce us to him so that we can work for him? And this young man didn't even go to university. But you see, the gift that God has given to him now has announced him. Lawyers want to work for him. Doctors want to work for him, because they need cash. Now, for me, it's important that we don't forget easily that this man has actually labored. For example, Maokala is still alive. Those ones that play for Rangers International in the 70s, many of them are still alive. Owanaka is still alive. In fact, when I assumed office, I have buried up to 8 of them because of hardship and sickness. Nobody comes around to say, what is happening? How are these people faring? What of their family? Apart from just few of them, like His Excellency Peter Obi. In S Rangers, His Excellency gave us a bus. He started paying us stipend from Anambra State. Remember ENUGU? Yes. Rangers. So he started paying us. He said, no, Rangers is not about ENUGU or about Imo or about Anambra. Rangers is for the Igbo man. Looking at the history of Rangers, how Rangers came to be. Yeah, it was after the war that Rangers now sprang up. And that was how the Igbo people get integrated back again to the society of Nigeria. So you can't forget such men who, it's not just that they played football. These men actually labored for the Igbo people. So it should even be in our history that our children that are coming up should remember that this man they call Chris Echukwu, that this man they call Dominic Mwobodo, there's this man they call Emokala, that this man they call Owanaka and rest of them, who labored to see that Igbo people could be recognized again in this nation called Nigeria. And from that time up to today, it seems as if everybody say, hey, these people, we don't care. Let's just forge on and keep living our lives. Then after Obi left, he actually introduced us strangers to Obiano, and Obiano carried on and keep paying us stipend. Then the wonder one came when Soludo came in. Then they were paying us, I think, before Soludo came in, they were paying us roughly, some were getting 15,000, 20, so you can imagine what will it do for them, So when Soludo came, he asked us to come. So we visited him. When he saw Chukwu, he said, I was still very little when I was hearing about these people, Okala and rest of them. He jumped on them. He said, how much are they giving people for stipend? They told him 50. He said, no, this is bad. This is not good at all. Immediately he gave order they should start paying them 100,000 each. All the S Rangers, up to 70 something, they started paying them 100,000 each up to today. So this man has actually sustained them at least. That's why I said we can't first talk about the bad news.
Yes, you have to talk about the good news.
Yeah, exactly.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
It was a breakout session and panel discussion at the ongoing annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, with the theme Leadership for Transformation. It brought together distinguished experts and legal luminaries, including the Governor of ENUGU State, Dr. Peter Mba, and other practitioners who unpacked practical strategies to overcome barriers. The panelists also examined how to unlock opportunities and harness mentorship and education as catalysts for growth, using entrepreneurship and innovation as tools for change. One of the discussants and ENUGU State Governor, Dr. Peter Mba, said governance is about channeling transformational leadership, which he said is deeper than what the world can see when the landscape changes. Governor Mba shared his experiences and strategies for transforming ENUGU State, including committing 33% of the state budget to education and launching farm estates with over 2,000 projects.
Transformation is something deeper. It is not management. It is not tinkering at the edges of what already exists. Transformation is when the landscape itself changes so completely that the world you see after is unrecognizable from what came before. Education is our next frontier. We committed over 33% of our budget to education.
During the discussion moderated by Linus Okorie, Governor Peter Mba and other experts shared insights on overcoming challenges and driving change.
We understand the place of sustainability in our administration. So not only are we doing brick and mortar, we also set a legal framework for whatever we do so that it would outlive not just our administration but our generation.
Today's world, education has shifted from content memorization to creativity, critical thinking and problem-solving approach. And it became very imperative that we must follow the trend, the technological trend, looking at what is happening in the world.
It's important to note that every single thing we see today, and many more you are yet to see, were carefully planned out. And if you go back and look at the manifesto, you'll see that all of those things were foreseen and planned ab initio.
When asked about his stand on sit-at-home and the continuous detention leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, Governor Mba maintained that Enugu State is free from sit-at-home and expressed his efforts towards the release of Nnamdi Kanu.
The situation we met on ground was one where everybody, whether you wanted or not, you were compelled to sit at home. And if you did not, it means that you're going to have a violent attack.
We are local.
The international community is observing
Just finished the
Why
the market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights.
We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and...
At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Well, we apologize for that abrupt disruption of our conversation. We're talking on the welfare of footballers in Nigeria, looking at the past, present, and future with Pastor Austin Igwe. He is the current ex-Rangers chairman, ex-Rangers player, and football administrator. Thank you so much for joining us. We apologize for that break in the conversation. We hope you come back some other time to continue. This. Thank you so much for joining us. No problem. Thank you. Yes, but right now we'll be having Political Circle with Luke Umbo coming up next.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Are you hearing me? Hello, top of the morning to you, and welcome to Political Circle on Signature Television. It is a gathering of Nigerian lawyers. Call it the largest gathering of lawyers in Africa, and you won't be wrong. Over 20,000 lawyers are in attendance. They say the 2025 Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association is a platform for legal practitioners to engage in interactive sessions, network with peers, and enhance their professionalism. I must tell you, we in ENUGU have seen them. We can feel them. Even the markets and recreational centers in ENUGU can tell you about them. So let's talk about them on Political Circle today. Our topic is Stand Out and Stand Tall, theme of the 2025 Annual Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association, holding in ENUGU. I'm joined by the ENUGU branch chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association, Barrister Venatius Chukwuma Odu. Barrister, you're welcome to Political Circle.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much. Barrister, we're going to start on a lighter mood. So tell us about the attendance and the sightseeings so far.
The attendance has been very impressive, and the sightseeings have been heartwarming because people have come with enthusiasm, excitement, and socializing, networking, celebrating themselves, humanity. The profession maybe has never had it so good.
Oh, that's wonderful. Good to know. Good to know. But how easy was it for you to convince your colleagues to come to ENUGU?
To be honest, it wasn't my act. I say this is the sheer grace of the Almighty God, and He takes all the glory. Because you may recall, this conference was initially taken to Port Harcourt until there was an undemocratic change of government. Undemocratic in the sense that it was not constitutional. Because when they suspended all the democratically elected individuals from the governors, the House of Assembly, the bar through the national president, the secretary, the chairman of the Annual General Conference Planning Committee, writing on behalf of the entire bar, had to protest over that change of government in Rivers State in a manner that we consider unconstitutional and unacceptable. And then they decided to change the venue of the conference from Port Harcourt. Then there was a conversation around it. There was an emergency NEC meeting in which the decision had to be taken to bring the conference, to take the conference first away from Port Harcourt, and then, of course, where will it go? I think the preponderant opinion was that it should come to ENUGU. So, and although some people had suspicion and doubt about the security of ENUGU, given that Southeast had been associated with the issues of either IPOB or non-government, banditry, kidnapping. So even though these things, apart from maybe mentioning IPOB, these things are not peculiar to ENUGU or the Southeast. So, but I believe we were able to, convince them that ENUGU is safe. Incidentally, they were here, the National Executive Council members were here in November last year for the our NEC meeting, and they enjoyed the security, the ambience, the peace, the love and friendship of ENUGU people. So it was not too difficult to convince them that ENUGU is safe for them. And so far so good. They have we are being vindicated. Not a single incident so far of any breach. And I commend the security agencies in the state for a job well done so far.
Thank you very much. Our God is good.
Thank you, sir. All the time.
Your theme for the conference is Stand Tall and Stand Out. Could you please explain?
Well, in my welcome address to them, I honestly hailed this team because lawyers in Nigeria, I consider them heroes of democracy for taking the decision to leave Port Harcourt as venue of this year's conference and come to ENUGU. For me, nothing emblematizes that team than this decision. We are standing out for justice. We are standing out for the rule of law. We are standing out for democracy.
Thank you very much. Now, there has been speeches by great men. Could you let us introduce those speeches? For instance, the one from Melema and other great men like Governor Peter Mbah. I had Melaya Dino was also in attendance. Let's know some of the speeches and the messages they brought.
Well, if it concerns the conference, the venue, and maybe the team, I think they are all unanimous on the fact that NBA has come of age and that they are standing for the rule of law and justice. And that, like Malema, said in his speech, Malema's message has always been that Africa is for Africans and that we should take our destiny into our own hands. He has been, strongly opposed to people teleguiding Africa by whatever means, directly, remotely, whatever way. He believes that Africans should take control of their destiny by determining their political future, their economic future, and all manner of interference, exploitation should stop forthwith. He spoke strongly against oppression, and that Africa should not, for any reason, see itself playing any second fiddle to any country or any people. Our governor also spoke about developments he is doing in ENUGU, what is the government is carrying out in ENUGU states, and how the fate of the people apparently has been restored in governance. So Dino also commended what he has seen in ENUGU. To be honest, coming to ENUGU has been an eye-opener to so many people. I want to say this. Many people in Nigeria coming to this conference only hear about the Southeast from the social media and other sources. They have not been here. So this is the first time, maybe since the war, that some people in the north are coming to ENUGU and to the Southeast. So all the stories they are dishing out to them out there, that it's a ENUGU area, it is a den of criminals, IPOB, and all manner of things, they have debunked them naturally from what they have seen. They are still, enjoying ENUGU. You can feel the pulse of the people everywhere. People are agog with joy, happiness, celebrating, they're moving about freely. So they have put a lie to all this propaganda about insecurity in the Southeast. So this is one of the most important outcome of this conference that gladdens my heart.
Yes, talking about miscarriage of justice in the country, as alleged by some people. How are you people handling it?
Well, the Bar Association is interrogating itself. One of the breakout sessions today is even on the legal profession itself, to see what are we doing to make sure that the legal profession truly is standing out and standing tall. Because you cannot be preaching what you are not practicing. So the legal profession has been in the front vanguard of how do we change the narrative. The legal profession does not support injustice in any shape or form. Our motto is promoting the rule of law. So, and without the law ruling, justice is a distant phenomenon. Until you allow the law to rule, you cannot guarantee justice. Because you will start looking at human faces, stations in life, all manner of considerations that will not adjust to justice or conduce to justice. So this is the truth.
Governor Mba talked about judicial autonomy.
Yes.
How are you people also interrogating that and making sure? Because without judicial autonomy, you know what that means.
To be honest, I just pray that the governor lives up to what he told them, that the state has has actually implemented or complied with that both constitutional provisions and even the executive order 10, I think, of 2019 by Buhari, the former president Buhari of blessed memory, to the effect that the judiciary should be autonomous, even financially. Financial autonomy of the judiciary is critical, to, in my view, to getting justice and achieving the dream of a country ruled by governed by the rule of law and principles or tenets of democracy. The failure of the states, I'm not talking about ENUGU alone, many other states are not implementing this aspect of the constitutional provision, and even the overwhelming desire of the people that the judiciary must be autonomous. The judiciary must be independent for you to guarantee, justice. A lot of people have argued that judicial autonomy alone is not enough to guarantee the rule of law, guarantee justice to the people, as for the cause to be seen as the last hope of the common man, as the cliche goes. But the truth is that it is fundamental that the judiciary should be autonomous. That way, you can guarantee. Do you know that if you go inside the judicial system, the administration of justice, sometimes you go to courts, you file a case, there will be no file, no pen.
This is serious.
The basic things required, needed to administer justice, you will not see. The welfare of judicial officers, the welfare of judicial staff, all these things are compromised because the judiciary is not autonomous. And interference, compromising justice becomes a lot easier when the judicial officer is not sure of how he will pay his basic bills. He becomes vulnerable to any. I know there are angels among the judicial officers who will not be bent under any circumstances to compromise justice. But there are also others out there who are so ready, so willing, so vulnerable. And the way to control this, to manage this, to abate it, to stop it, to at least stem it,
yes,
is to guarantee judicial autonomy. Because the moment you do that, the judiciary will be held accountable if they mismanage their funds, if they are not able to run as expected from the people. There will be no case of looking for anybody to blame, anybody else to blame, because we know that you have your funds. Why are you not delivering? So let them try it. Let us see whether it will fail.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Wonderful. As the branch chairman, I want to know the impact of this conference on your members. How are they receiving them? The people, your colleagues?
My colleagues, you know the answer, because my colleagues are so happy and excited. For 22 years, this city, this state has not hosted the annual general conference of the bar. The last was in 2003. You can imagine how long. Yes, 2 days ago, a colleague, one of my branch members came with her daughter, who was born in 2003, who is now a lawyer.
Oh, look at that.
You can understand how distant it had been.
Yeah.
So they have been going to other places. Each year you go to other places. You keep asking yourself, when are they going to come to us? Answer. If you look at the effect, the impact, in every sector.
I'm going to that. I'm
Fine.
going to
So,
the political and economic
fine.
impact on
So,
the people of Enugu now, not
yes,
your
sir.
colleague.
Yes,
in
sir.
general, good people of Enugu.
You can imagine a colleague of mine or a member of my branch, for instance, who used to fly or go by road to a venue of the conference. He pays his hotel bill, and then he buys he fends for himself for the period. He's now at home. I just, that brings it clearer home for you to understand the impact on them. He comes from his house. All the risk he used to take to travel, all the money he used to spend, all traveling, he can use it to do some other, buy books, enjoy himself, and so the impact is self-explanatory.
What about on the economy, the people, the market women?
How wouldn't even the average person in Enugu today answer the question you are asking me? We believe that every upper seller, agidi, abacha, or nkwobi, hotel owners, restaurant operator, everybody is feeling it in a very positive way. The economic multiplier effect. There is hardly any hotel today in Enugu that has a vacant room. Everywhere had been taken up.
Look at that.
One of the things they challenged us with when they were considering coming to Enugu is that we don't have enough hotels. And I said it is not true. I said it is not true. As I'm talking to you, I don't believe, I have never believed that as we are talking that Port Harcourt has more hotels than Enugu. Where they wanted, they keep telling me, I have disagreed with several people on this. And you also know that many much bigger, with much better quality hotels are springing up by the day here. So usually before now they were alternating between Lagos and Abuja. But after this conference, Enugu will become a tripod of this bipartite
So
alternation.
hopefully we're going to see them again soonest.
I believe so, because the ambience, the venue is second to none in this country. International Conference Center in Enugu is second to none in Nigeria. The proximity, contiguity with Okpara Square, the ambience of that area is unique.
I agree with you.
You can't find it anywhere in Nigeria. So the people are happy, moving freely, milling about, and it's in a clean, secure environment.
Wonderful. Any communique yet, outcome and all that? What are we expecting?
Yes, there will be communique by tomorrow. Tomorrow is the after the annual general meeting. There will be a communique, and that will bring to an end the conference. Communique usually is the last thing done, and the conference, the curtain of the conference is drawn.
Okay, so we're looking forward to seeing you people again in Enugu. What do you say to that?
I believe that will happen in no distant time, because all the falsehood, all the misconceptions have dissipated. They have seen, they have felt, they have touched. So nobody is going to tell anybody any other thing negative about Enugu.
So they have seen, they have felt, they have even touched.
Yes.
Thank you very much,
My
Barrister
pleasure.
Venatius.
My pleasure.
It's my pleasure having you today on Political Circle.
Thank you, sir.
That's our show today. My name is Luke Mbo. Please find time and join us again tomorrow. Nigeria, we hail thee.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Well, that was quite an interesting conversation with Luke Umbo on the MBA conference holding in ENUGU. I mean, it's really a plus for ENUGU, and ENUGU is really feeling the impact of the conference and the presence of this large amount of lawyers in the state. Well, we'll be bringing to you another interview we had with Professor Ozonia Ojielo. He is the UN Resident Coordinator and representative of the UN Secretary General in Rwanda. And, the discussion was all about challenges of development in Africa. Do enjoy. They say I should.
Not been able, to live out these potentials. You've served in Africa, you're still serving in Africa. What do you think are the reasons
why Africa is still lagging behind in terms of development?
Thank you, Vin Martin. How many hours do you have for this question? Because this is a multi-barreled big sword that you've put on the table. There are many issues, endogenous, exogenous. And I think it's important for our viewers to recognize that when we talk about African potential, it is in this current millennium. Africa has had a great history. Africa has prospered and changed the world. The wealth of Europe, the wealth of North America is from Africa. It's the slave trade, it's the sugarcane plantations, the West Indies, is the cotton plantations. It's all from African labor. So let no African be deceived that we are the basket child, that we are the problem child of the world. We have fed the world and transformed the world. The discourse about African potential is about the current century. Is it the African century? And there are many questions. A lot of our academics refuse to accept that there's a legacy from colonialism. There is. It follows us into the present era. And that legacy manifests first in the structural economic foundations we have laid. It manifests in the governing arrangements we have had. It manifests in the post-1945 world construction about how the world should be organized. We are paying the price today. That is not to excuse the inadequacies or challenges we face in Africa. That's why I'm asking you, how many hours do you have? So, but let me just hit the high notes, because then we can unpack them in the subsequent conversation. 1945, the United States set up the Marshall Plan for the reconstruction of Europe and put billions of dollars in it. Where is the Marshall Plan for the reconstruction of Africa? None. And most African countries, apart from Ethiopia and Liberia, were colonized by most European countries. And they were rapaciously exploited by the colonial masters. Where is the effort to rebuild, to reconstruct, and to prosper? None. So we don't have that. Second, the financial architecture that was established post-1945 in terms of the multilateral financial system you see today was designed for the construction of Europe. It's not designed for the construction of Africa. So many Africans now recognize that the global financial architecture is designed to perpetuate the poverty of Africa.
If there was going to be a Marshall Plan for Africa, whose responsibility will it be?
It is the responsibility of the metropoles, the countries that were responsible for colonization. Yeah, absolutely. It is their responsibility. Give me any African country you want, and let's unpack the nature of the metropole and colony relationship. It was very extractive based. So that's a big issue. So clearly the international financial architecture skewed against us. The consequence of that relationship is that the cost of debt in Africa is very high. It's very expensive. Take any African country you want. Find a comparative African country in Asia. Cost of borrowing for the country in Asia is much less than the cost of Africa. And the question is, what are the risks? We have the same risks. So if they pay 3% per dollar, Africa is paying 25%. If you borrow at that, you cannot have a viable business investment you can do in Africa. Do you know that as we speak right now, the debt to GDP ratio of most African countries is not less than 65%. Most of them in the 70s. What it means is that 70% of every dollar you earn is going to debt servicing. So you have $30 or less recurrent expenditure, capital expenditure. At a moment, there are significant needs for infrastructure, for energy, for food security, for socio-economic transformation, entrepreneurship. How can a continent develop? It's cyclical. So the big issues. The third is the nature of trade. You know, some people laud some economists when they talk about comparative advantage. You know, the theory of comparative advantage. For more than 100 years, it was the major logic that defined international economic relations. What does comparative advantage mean? The thing you produce more of it, and then the thing I do well, I do more of it. You know what it means for Africa? Primary production.
Raw materials.
Thank you. Produce the raw materials, we will add value, and we will send them to you at more expensive.
Comparative advantage.
That's not a comparative advantage. The comparative advantage is in the value addition. So Africans have become wiser, but we have paid a price for more than 100 years. So there's a lot of exogenous factors about the why. We can't ignore them. And the truth, when Africans raise these questions, you will think that those outside who are our friends will agree. They don't agree. Right now, there's a big debate on a UN convention on taxation. Because many countries, they do business in Africa, but they go and have a headquarter location outside Africa. And they say, we're not in your country, you can't tax us. Who is opposing that discussion on taxation? All the big countries you think are our friends are opposing it. There's a big debate at the Conference of Parties on Climate Change on who should pay for loss and damage and mitigation. Africa contributes less than 0.3%, less than 3% of greenhouse warming. The countries that contribute the most don't want to pay for the consequences of their actions in Africa. They are opposed to the idea of paying for a fund for loss and damage that we suffer for remediation. So lots of exogenous factors. Yet, that does not excuse what we are not doing well.
Because that's where I am coming to.
Yes.
What can Africa do inside Africa to run away from what I could call existential challenges, where the exploitation has not ended?
Yeah.
The exploiter still wants to exploit more.
Correct.
And I'm thinking of an Africa where there's inter-African trade, inter-African economics, inter-African relationships, where instead of depending on the West for even manufactured products, that Africa starts looking inward. Is that is it one of the things we can do, to free ourselves from this century-long enslavement?
The problem is that in the current times, it's not possible to isolate ourselves from the rest of the world, because global economies are interdependent, relationships are interdependent, so we can't ignore others.
No, I'm just looking at a situation where Nigeria, for instance, Ghana, for instance, buys more of these products from Africa.
I hear you. I'm just laying the context.
Buys more from Egypt.
I hear
buys
you.
more from some of the African countries that are, a little higher in terms of development.
I agree. Just laying the context that if you look at the size of African economies, our economies are pretty small. So even for the transformation you seek, take the technology you need to even produce at scale. You can hardly find the technology in Africa. So the point I'm making is that should be our principal focus. And then we engage with the rest of the world on the basis of their ability to contribute to this new focus. That's the point the foundation I'm trying to lay. Intra-African trade is at 18%. Come on. 18%. Some regions is worse. Central Africa region, barely any trade, barely any inter-country transport connectivity, relationships, academia, students, the kinds of things that lead to sharing of ideas for mutual transformation, missing. So the African Continental Free Trade Area, that's the logic. And I am tired of being reminded of the potential that can come from the African Continental Free Trade Area, which needs $350 billion of trade 2030 and other transformations. And I'm asking, where are the national policies that accelerate intra-African trade? There's some progress. Afrexim Bank has begun the Pan-African payment systems, because the big issue is You have your naira, and somebody has CFA, the French Central African francs in Cameroon. Is it? Can you exchange? Can you pay to somebody who wants to buy from you in CFA? With the Pan-African payment systems, it's possible. A number of banks have regional presence in different countries, so they're creating their own mechanisms. It's happening. So we're getting there, but it's big issues. One of the big issues is transport costs, logistics costs. You know how much it will cost you to ship something? You produce something here in ENUGU, and cost of production plus your profit is equivalent to $100. To send it to Cameroon by air, no rail service, not by sea, because yeah, you can go by sea, but you take it to Lagos, it goes to the port of Douala, and the person is in Yaoundé, you take it inland, you multiply all of that 3 times the cost of the good you've produced. The same person in Cameroon will order it from China, and you come at a fraction of the cost. So there are structural issues that our leadership need to pay attention to. There are many meetings where issues around Pan-African infrastructure, the Cape to Cairo corridor, Lagos to Conakry transport corridor for ECOWAS, you have all of those that are happening in the continent. My worry is that the passion, the ambition, the speed that is needed to make this happen is missing. Our leaders are seem to be working on incremental basis. And African private sector seems to be a lone voice asking for this. But the cost of credit, even in Africa, for a private sector institution that says, we want to take responsibility for building the road infrastructure from ENUGU to Yaoundé, they can't finance it. The cost is just too heavy. So there are many structural issues. So unfortunately, the speed we want to see for that transformation to happen. Last point I want to make. Who is going to finance all of this for you? If we say the global financial architecture is skewed against Africa, and therefore the cost of credit is high, look at the credit rating agencies. When the credit rating agencies rate your national economy as B minus, that's junk status. Do you know what it means? No bank wants to lend you money. And those foundations are challengeable. We don't agree with their rating schemes. So there's a talk of an African rating agency. It's not about an African rating agency. It's about the quality of your economic governance, the quality of your political governance. When you govern yourselves well and you create stability, you create certainty in your economy, certainty in your policies, that private investors can do business one with other, and when they disagree, you have an efficient, effective, and timely judicial system to redress the difference. People will come to invest. But right now, anybody who wants to invest goes to Bloomberg and checks your credit rating, junk status, they don't want to come. So it's almost like the global financial architecture is designed not deliberately, but the implication is designed against Africa. So financing all of that is a big issue for private sector, to leverage the financing to make it happen. Unfortunately,
in your last, in the last things you said now, one thing became very, very clear: that there is a leadership challenge in Africa. There is a leadership problem. The kind of passion, the kind of focus that is needed for some of these things to happen, we don't find it in the leadership we have across Africa. And the question will be, how do we get it right in terms of leadership? And let me take you back a little bit. I believe that pre-independence, for a lot of African countries, you had common peoples. People forgot that they had tribes in their countries. They forgot that there was religious differences, and they fought as one body, nationalistic, patriotic. But I think that one of the biggest challenges of leadership in Africa is the internal divisions in Africa: tribe, race, religion, culture. Is that a place to start in trying to fix the challenge of leadership?
There are many places to start. and you've highlighted a few of them. It was easy in the anti-colonial struggle because the enemy was clear.
Yeah.
He was the colonial master. Now today, take any country in Africa and the question is, who is the enemy? Very often the enemy for them is the political opposition. And when you talk about underdevelopment, it's intangible. So when you say to them, no. Your enemy is underdevelopment, they're like, what do you mean? We are in government. We are committed, we are passionate, we want to develop our country. How can underdevelopment be the enemy? When you say to them that actually those are metropoles that you've constructed a history with, and many of you went there to study, and you have fond memories of time spent in those countries, that actually you don't have the same vision as your metropole. They don't understand it. They've built great relationships. Some of them married women from there. Because the glory, the wealth of most of Europe in terms of the colonial relationship with Africa, the wealth of Europe is built on the backs of Africa. So for Europe to continue to prosper and offer the same standard and quality of life for their citizens, they want a relationship that seems to continue what existed. But what Africans are saying is, you can actually have good quality of life, and we can too, but we need to change the paradigm of the relationship. African prosperity is not at the expense of Europe. It's about shared prosperity. So what is it that Africa needs to do together with Europe for shared prosperity? I keep happening on Europe because, our relationship with Europe started in the 14th century. The Oba of Benin sent an ambassador to Portugal well before slave trade started. Mansa Musa of Mali Empire traveled across the world and went and paid a pilgrimage in Saudi Arabia. He was the richest man in history on earth. And when he traveled, the price of gold collapsed across multiple continents for his travel. The closest relationship Africa has had with Europe, centuries old. Africa needs a new understanding, a new consensus with Europe, that African development is not at the expense of Europe.
But this has to be driven by the leaders of Africa.
Obviously, it has to be driven by the leaders. Now, the challenge is that, are the European leaders sharing the same vision? I doubt it. Because look at the politics of many European countries today. Many of those think that you need to send away the migrants, the non-people who haven't come from those countries, and even some of them who hold their national passports are not suitable to be in that region. And yet Europe is suffering a demographic crisis. A crisis where the average, because of the quality of life, longevity is high. So Europe needs the workforce to continue to make the economy productive and pay the taxes. And most of that workforce will come from Africa. So we're actually speaking two different languages. We're speaking past each other. There isn't consensus at Eden on what the future represents for both Africa and Europe. They work backwards. So what you see is a relationship that there's some tokenism. So we'll give you some grants for some projects, but the fundamentals haven't changed. If the fundamentals have changed, Europe cannot be seen to be opposing African common positions at the international platform on taxation, on loss and damage, on mitigation from climate change, on many of the things that Africa wants to happen. Europe would have a better framework for easy entry of passage and return for Africans, whether African migrants or African students. It hasn't happened yet. And the nature of the politics of many of the countries in Europe will make it difficult to happen, because they win elections on the basis of stigmatizing the other, and many of the other looks very much like an African.
Excellency, a lot of people are saying that this blame game of what hasn't Europe done, or what hasn't the West, when you include the Americas, what they haven't done, should not just be our concern. That our concern should also be, what have we done internally? And they've taken it down to individual countries. Let's use Nigeria as a yardstick. Potentials, or full of potentials, or whatever potentials. And you see the country still struggling. There's insecurity. Power is absent. Power in terms of power,
energy.
You don't even have access to water. You don't have access to health. education is struggling and all that. And corruption is making it possible for most of African wealth to be taken away by the political leaders. Instead of talking about what the other people have not done internationally, is it possible? Because I remember the peer mechanism and
African peer review mechanism,
and all that. Is it possible for Africa to look inwards? For instance, a country like Nigeria that had a zero debt in 2007, after Obasanjo left, and is back in a lot of debt. Why can't we start from home to address our individual problems?
There's a validity to that sentiment. And that validity just recognizes that you got to start from somewhere. So why don't you start internal? First, in terms of how you construe your leadership and your delivery of service to your people. And on the basis of what you do, you begin the argument and the negotiation with the external parties. Because that argument and negotiation, you have no choice. If you are spending 70 to 80% of your revenue every year on debt, there's actually very little you can do, because the rest is only on recurrent expenditure. So all the big ideas you have, you can't. So part of that conversation should be some kind of debt moratorium, debt swaps, debt conversion, debt delays, at the same time as you are showing that even for the 20% you have, this is how you're going to use them. So for many Africans, the frustration is that 20% is actually used in many of the areas you mentioned and not in the key sectors of the economy. We spent a lot of our money on importing consumables, not on the production. And because we don't spend on the production, there's no value addition. So it's across the continent, many of our countries are still focused on primary production and shipping them, and it produces goods. So my point actually is that we've won the political independence, that is true. The polarization of Africa in terms of East-West ideologies is gone. It's no longer a unipolar world. It's actually a multipolar world, which is even riskier. But I'm arguing with a few people now that it's time for a new conversation in Africa. We need a new national dialogics. It's not enough to say you're an independent country. You need a new conversation about the direction of travel for your country and the role of different leaders and the expectations of leadership. We need a new conversation on the nature and quality of our politics. This politics of exclusion, of antagonism, of contestation, they don't serve the continent. And you know why? Because the political culture we inherited is not inherent in our society. So how can it be the anchor for our socio-economic transformation? And that is not to say we need to throw it away, hook, line, and sinker. I argue, even as an official of the United Nations system, that we need a new conversation on political culture in Africa. A political culture that takes elements of what used to work for us, but which we can connect to, and which an understanding that this is a new way forward, but the principles don't change. It's all about the principles. So when people say, oh, you want to go back to totalitarianism, hell no, we don't. The principles about participation, about inclusion, about representation, about rights and protection of minorities, all of those principles must be in that new understanding of political culture. A political culture of, we can compete and collaborate at the same time. That's our history as Africans. We disagree, but we find common ground, and that common ground is sought by consensus. If we can do that, then you may have a more legitimate process to hold our leadership to account. When you question leadership in many parts of Africa, you are viewed as part of the political opposition. So that conversation needs to start from somewhere, because that culture was good. It worked well for Europe. But it's hundreds of years of European history. Their lived socio-economic experience. You can't transpose something from a system and a culture to another place where it's not adaptable. The lessons of African development today is that we need to reinterrogate our political culture and find a culture that includes everyone, consensus seeking. In where I work in Rwanda, they call it constitutional democracy. Every party that is in parliament is represented in government. They have ministries. So they agree on what the national consensus is. Some people may disagree with Rwanda. Some may disagree with their leadership. That's not the point. The point is, does the culture work for Rwanda? If it works, find your own culture, make yours work for you. Stop worrying about Rwanda. What works for us in Nigeria?
So, can I say that you're punching some holes in democracy as a one-size-fits-all?
That's the problem.
There should be a kind of rejigging of the systems, the political systems that African countries should adapt, instead of democracy the way it was imported from Europe and the West into Africa. Is it a way to go for a country like Nigeria to say, okay, like you use the word to interrogate, to say, we've been on this democracy for this long. Can we have our own system that takes care of our culture, our history, our religion, our way of life, and all that?
The truth is that,
just like you said, Rwanda is doing something like that, trying to find their own peculiar path or pathway. Is it not something countries like Nigeria, countries like Ghana, Cameroon,
The truth is that most African countries, the nature of democracy is actually different. But the difference is that what we have is not endogenous. It's something we borrowed. So we need to have that new conversation. We've had many national conferences in Nigeria, beginning from the Oputa panel, which in my view is a form of a national conference. It was an interrogation of where we're coming from and where we want to go. Then we had the 2014 national conference. Each of those conferences failed because they came to articulate a view that included about the tenure of office of elected political leaders, and people got scared. If you adopt the conference proceedings, it means that the current president at that time, whatever, might want to start on a new regime. So I keep saying, put aside the question of tenure, and if you take the elements of the national conferences, ask, why are we not even reflecting and implementing the recommendations of the conferences? The Oputa panel recommendations were never published by the President Obasanjo government. They were not published. It was people like us in civil society, all our friends in civil society, that put it out, that supported the government. The Oputa panel recommendations were never published. The 2014 national conference, I have no idea how many Nigerians have copies of that national conference. So it's not about the talk shop, the ideas. If you read the report of the 2014, many of these issues have been interrogated. Why is our political leadership unwilling to just step back, rethink and reconceptualize, and take a view of the future by where Nigeria wants to go, and work to implement them? So you are right that while we may have different forms of democracy in Africa, they are not authentic. They are not endogenous. They don't speak to us. You know, where you and I come from, you can't steal from your community association. You can't embezzle their money. You will be stigmatized. Your son will be stigmatized. But where you and I come from, we can become ministers, embezzle money from the federal government. We are honored by the same communities. So this duality of perspective, what accounts for it? For one, it's wrong. One, it's reparation. You're bringing from the Commonwealth. It has to be one value system. Stealing is stealing, whether it's from our community or the national enterprise.
People say that happens because we have a country and not a nation. There's no sense of nation.
So that's an important.
So you steal in your local community, you're stigmatized, but you go to Abuja and steal, you are celebrated because they think you've taken from the national cake and you brought it home.
So that's why those conversations. So if you look at the 2014 national conference and the recommendations, what does it mean to be a Nigerian? What does it mean? What is the nature of the relationship between the state and the citizen? We need to interrogate it, because right now the state is preying on the citizen. The citizen feels that the state is like a mongrel that's preying on it. The citizen doesn't feel connected, or that they have a sense of ownership in the state. We need to change that balance. And what we're discussing, this is not rocket science. It's doable. It's been done in many countries. But if people don't recognize that they have a structural problem, and that unless we address these structural problems, the transformations we seek will never happen, we'll continue to trundle along. We are at a critical inflection moment in Nigeria and in Africa. We need new thinking, new conversations for the African transformation. If we don't, Our leadership should know that the ground under our feet is shifting. The population of the average African country is 70% youth, under 30, under 35. They have aspirations, they are angry, they are frustrated, they are manifesting that in many ways. One group, of course, has joined some different loyalties, whether they are Islamic or religious, Christian fundamentalism or Islamic terrorism. That's one way of protest. Some are on the streets, they're protesting. If you do just a Google search on the number of protests by young people in every African country, you will be astounded by those results. And then people are organizing because the tools of organization are cheaper and faster. They're using social media. So they can send out a tweet and they mobilize around it. So instead of using a security response to those protests are a symptom of something that devolves around the political, social, and the economic foundation. You don't solve issues of a political, social, and economic nature with a security approach. You solve them by listening and talking to them and building consensus. Let nobody think that they are more nationalistic than the average citizen. The youth feel more nationalistic. That's why they are on the street. So if we can't address those questions, I am afraid that we're going to have a period of uncertainty in a number of African countries until we begin to, pull ourselves back and reinterrogate all of those issues.
Your Excellency, one of the countries in Africa that globally people say that they're trying to do the right thing is where you represent the Secretary General, Rwanda. And you've been there for a while. What is Rwanda doing right that countries like Nigeria, for instance, will need to copy from?
Excellent question. Thank you very much. And I'm not trying to recommend Rwanda that every other country should seek to be like Rwanda. We shouldn't, because our histories are different. But after the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, you don't want any other country in Africa to go through a Rwandan type experience before they get their governance and their issues right. But Rwandans came to a certain conclusion. Number one, they agreed that they must live together in unity. Number two, they agreed that they must rely on themselves for whatever they want to do. Number three, Rwandans agreed that they must be ambitious in what they want to do. Three things. Between 1998 and 2000, they had what they call the Urugwiro dialogues. These are national dialogues on a daily basis. What should the new Rwanda look like? What kind of Rwanda do you want to create so that the experience of the genocide don't happen? That was what informed their 2000 constitution. And they went to elections. It's informed the nature of the governance. A key element of governance in Rwanda is what they call homegrown solutions. So don't come to Rwanda and start recommending what has happened in any part of the world. Rwandans will say, we have something that is similar, that works for us, it's part of our history, we're going to pick it up and we're going to use it. So homegrown solutions is the key part of Rwandan governance. Number two, Rwandans write policies like the rest of African countries, but Rwanda is the strongest in terms of policy implementation. Mention any subject you want, my dear brother, and we check online, you find that majority of the African countries have excellent policies on that particular subject. Then Google on the quality and type of implementation. That's where we're struggling. So we write good documents. So we think that writing documents is the result. It's the implementation. So where Rwanda is different is trying to work on implementation. The number three is the leadership. A leadership that looks far into the future. I'll give you just one example. In the early 2000s, Rwanda wanted to build hotels, 5-star hotels. They had only one, Mille Collines, which was featured in the movie Hotel Rwanda around the genocide. And Rwanda went to financial institutions, international financial institutions, and they said, who is coming to Kigali? Why do you need these hotels for? Nobody comes here. We're not going to build them for you. Rwanda set up a national sovereign wealth fund. And people were contributing money to the wealth fund. They built those hotels. Today, Rwanda ranks with Nairobi and may even outrank Nairobi as the #1 conference capital of East Africa. But this was in the early 2000s. They looked far into the future. Today, Rwanda is building a massive airport as a logistics base. Rwanda Air now flies to at least 10 to 15 African countries. And the question is, who is coming to Kigali? But do you know that Nigerians fly to Kigali, and from there they fly to the UK, they fly to Asia, they fly to Southern Africa. Today, as we speak, on every flight that comes into Rwanda, you have a sizable portion of Nigerians. You offer quality service, you offer a connection, you create a vision for the future. It happens. Rwanda has made the country visa-free for all Africans. You stop at the airport, they stamp you, you get into the country. So leadership is everything, but the leadership that looks far into the future, that it believes in itself. So Rwanda doesn't wait to be advised by anybody, say this is what is good for you. Rwandans define what is good for themselves. They will welcome your advice, they will welcome your support, if it aligns with where they want to go. If it doesn't align with where they want to go, they're going to ignore you and to move ahead. Tell me how many African countries are in that space where there's a certainty in the thinking of the leadership about the national direction of travel. So it's not because there's money from a donor or another government that you follow the money. You follow the ideas. Ideas change the world, it's not money. Rwandans focus on the ideas. They know they're a poor country. It's still 27% poverty. But they follow the idea about the future. If the money aligns, good. If it doesn't, thank you very much. Keep your money. Rwanda is going ahead. How many African countries have political leadership are in that mental space where they say, this is where we're going, you are with us, you don't want to come, thank you, but please keep your money. We're going nevertheless.
Let's talk about the leadership in Rwanda. Paul Kagame set out to do a term presidency or something. He has gone further than 2. And it's not like he's in a hurry to leave. Where is the intersection between democracy and good governance? Because some people say that even in Rwanda, there's some, little elements of dictatorship. Is it what is also recommended for other African countries? Where a leader stays, it shouldn't be 8 years, maybe you should do 12 or you should do 16, and then everybody looks the other way because they're doing the right thing.
So, as a UN bureaucrat, on the question of political transition, there's a UN view, right? You follow your constitution, you follow the will of your people, and you show inclusion and participation and all of those. And yet, we know that even the UN does not, you work in a context. So you look at your context and you try to show understanding and you can advise. So for Rwanda, and for many countries in Africa, there's a problem with labels. Good governance means what? Democratic governance means what? Because the biggest challenge for countries like Rwanda and many other parts of Africa is that the logic of good governance was part of the Washington Consensus, the post-1991 collapse of the Soviet Union, and the political transition of many African countries. So we will help you become multi-party systems, and we will give you money if you meet these conditions. So you reduced governance to an indicator for Western aid, rather than a basis for the legitimacy and the affirmation of your citizens. So the good governance debate got sucked into that logic that many don't accept it in Africa today. Because if you use that description as it was instrumentalized as a condition for donor aid, you can't say that Lin Kuan Yew was a Democrat, you can't say that Mahathir of Indonesia was a Democrat. You know, you have many countries that are, today we look at them as the symbols.
The poster boys.
Poster boys, exactly. That they fell foul
of pure democracy.
After that logic, right? And so Rwanda talks about responsive governance. That governance is a means. Governance is not an end in itself. The logic of governing is that you are reconciling interests. You are bringing people together. You are adding value to their lives. You are empowering them. And if you succeed in doing that, that's governance.
We'll take a break, Your Excellency. And when we return, we'll focus on the United Nations. Is United Nations losing its relevance in global affairs? Don't go away.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
If you're just joining us, you're watching Signature TV, and this is a special interview program, and our great pleasure to be hosting Professor Ozonnia Ojielo, who is the UN Resident Coordinator and representative of the Secretary General of the United Nations in Rwanda. Yes, Your Excellency, let's talk about the United Nations. The whole idea about the United Nations was to make the world a safer place, to make it possible for countries and human beings to live peacefully with one another, something that became very important immediately after the Second World War. But anyone who goes back to why the United Nations came in the first place and looks at what is happening today in the world, where the might has become right again, where concession and agreement is no longer important in decisions made by individual countries, where the United Nations condemning or not affirming an action means next to nothing. People will say, after more than 50 years, was it really worth it for the world to put so much energy in the United Nations? You work for United Nations. Do you think, like the rest of us think, that the United Nations is losing its relevance?
Actually, I think you're actually in the minority. So it's not the rest of you thinking that it's losing like and you're asking the question not because you believe in it, but as a very seasoned journalist, it's important for you to pose that question. It's been 80 years since the Second World War. We haven't had a Third World War. Because it's difficult to act for what didn't happen, even when you are so close. Even the context that led to the Second World War have manifested themselves in many parts of the world. You haven't had a Third World War. That already demonstrates the power and the logic of the United Nations system. we are at a critical inflection moment in our world history, and that is true, and that's the the essence of your statement. At this critical inflection moment, is the UN fit for purpose for the world of today and tomorrow? And the answer would be that the UN also is reinventing itself, because the UN in 1945, the world of 1945 is not the world of 2025. It's a totally different world. And so while the UN has served well, the nuclear test ban treaties, we haven't had any nuclear attack on any member state. All the international instruments on human rights, on development, on the rights of women, on climate. Look at the amazing changes that have happened. Issues around health, on polio, you name it. There's a host of things that you can mention that under the auspices of the UN, they've led to better quality of life, better economies, fairer societies, more inclusive societies, protection of human rights. That's what it's led us to. But in this critical inflection moment, where many in the world, it's not a duopoly. We had the East and the West. And then in the immediate collapse of the Soviet Union, we say it was a unipolar world. Today is a polycrisis. It's a multipolar world. So you have different centers of power and activity, and organizing them becomes even more difficult. So the UN is in that search for a reinvention. So what has happened is that 2 years ago, 2023, the Secretary General convened the UN General Assembly and they adopted the Pact for the Future. Sorry, it was last year actually. What does the Pact for the Future say? It has key dimensions around development, around peace and security, the importance of multilateralism, the importance of finding solutions to problems as we see them, the issue of digital inequity, that some parts of the world you already have a digital appetite, and with AI it's making it even more difficult that certain parts, particularly in Africa, are being left behind. But also a pact for future generations. We are trustees, and that those coming after us have an interest in the world that we see. So that pact for the future was groundbreaking, and it was followed in 2023 by a political declaration on the Sustainable Development Goals. The prevention of poverty is in development. How do you make development work for the people? So what the UN offers is a platform that does not exist anywhere else for finding consensus. But it is important to remember that the UN doesn't have an army. The UN is a moral authority. It's a moral voice. If you look at all the conflict issues in the world today, the Secretary General has been very clear. He stands on the Charter of the United Nations. The purpose is to prevent the scourge of war as happened in the Second World War. And that the declaration talks about we the peoples. It didn't say we the governments. It said we the peoples. The United Nations for the people of the world. But who will make it happen? It's the member states. So when you have member states that have these proclivities, as you mentioned, about might is right, it's in the inter-platforms of member states you need to discuss and say to them, hold on, this can't work, we don't agree. And it's happening in many places already.
You have a point in what you have said, but some academics and watchers of the United Nations says that the United Nations may have also contributed in the weakening of that body because of corruption, because of indictment of officials of the United Nations in ways that they shouldn't have conducted themselves or conducted the business of the United Nations, which has given, I don't know whether to say the reasons make sense or don't make sense, given people like Donald Trump, the President of the United States, reason to say, oh no, we can't be paying all the money we're paying because there's no accountability and all that.
Actually, that's not the reason why the United States is withdrawing.
Those were one of the reasons, because they had accused the United Nations of corruption.
The most transparent organization in terms of the management of finances is actually the United Nations system. Even the reports that I and my team published for Rwanda, even our accounts for Rwanda, are available in the UN website. Anybody from any part of the world can see them, and that's the UN process. Whatever you want, you can find. We have an independent audit and investigation office of the UN. They are not controlled by anyone. They can look into any UN, and they do regular audits of UN organizations and programs, and they publish them. They are available worldwide. So it's very nice when people talk about corruption and indicting UN officials. It's very. There may be one or two agencies where some of the leadership may have been indicted, but follow the news. You will see that the full process of accountability and law was thrown at those people. The Secretary General will be the first to withdraw anybody's immunity if they are found by a proper investigation to have been culpable in any malfeasance or corrupt process. Even the allegations made against certain units like UNUWA, it turned out that a lot of it was not correct.
But some of it was correct.
Actually, we can get into the weeds, but you can't use one. When you say you allege that some have links to somewhere or there's overpricing, and then you tar the entire organization of more than 60 agencies. And remember, the UN has pillars. You have the peace and security pillar of the UN. You have the development pillar. The development pillar has more than 40 UN agencies at the development pillar. Then you have the humanitarian pillar. Then you have the human rights pillar of the United Nations system. All of these parts come together to form what we call the United Nations system. And so the excuse that are given by member states is not because of what they claim in the public domain. The UN is the only moral sanction, maybe together with the Pope, the Catholic Church, Catholic Pontiff, on the behavior and conduct of member states. When you are part of a political tradition in your country and you come with a political view about your role in the world and how you want to bend international organization to your worldview, you got to find an excuse to delegitimize the international organization so that your worldview can triumph. The kind of worldviews we hear today is a worldview that takes us back to the early 19th century of concert of powers, of might is right. That if you're a country, you're powerful, you can grab any part of the world and defend it, and that's yours. That's more than 150 years ago or more. That's not the world of today. So what does the UN do? The UN has to keep standing up as a moral voice, but it doesn't have an army to enforce that. It relies on the member states to stand up and say to each other, in the principle of peer accountability, to say, hell no. That's not the UN we formed in 1945. We formed the UN to prevent humanity from another war. So when you say that it's no longer the right institution, give us an alternative. What is the alternative? That anybody can have confidence in and work in. That is not to say there are not internal challenges in the UN system. I will be the first to say that. Coming from Nigeria and from the global south, some of us argue that the UN was suitable for Europe for 1945. And that the UN needs to be more suitable to the global south of 2025, the needs of the global south, and to champion it this more. And I will say this for our current Secretary General. Take any platform. The whole logic of, you take the lessons of COVID, for example, on vaccine appetite against the rest of the UN. Take the issue of credit rating. How African countries, when you want to borrow money from international financial institutions, you borrow way above than other countries in other parts of the world. Mr. Guterres has been in the forefront of championing all of that. The challenge, so many of our leaders in Africa are not speaking with as much conviction and power. And Mr. Guterres is saying, no, we will not accept. Coming together as Africans, so we don't accept. On climate issues, he's been very strong. He just came out of TICAD, the Tokyo 19 International Conference on Development. Very strong views on this of Africa. We were with him 2 weeks ago in our was at Turkmenistan on landlocked developing countries. The special needs of countries that are landlocked in parts of the world. Issues around logistics, transportation, digital access, energy. These are big issues. The only platform where you can canvass these kind of issues is the UN system. So internally we are reforming ourselves. The resident coordinator now has more power, more authority, more leadership in ensuring that the UN footprint in a country responds more to the needs of the member state, your host government, not what your donors are saying to you. That's why for some of us, this current development where many donors are saying, I keep my money, I'm not giving it to you, is regrettable in the sense that the timing doesn't allow for a transition. But you know what? I'm saying good opportunity for Africa. Thank you. It's your money. We don't pay tax in your country. You want to keep your money? Please do. But African countries, where are you? The tax to GDP ratio in many African countries are 14%. Rest of the world, 25-26%. You can't tax yourself well and collect the revenues you want. There's illicit financial flows. 80 billion leaving Africa every year. You think those foreigners take the money and go away? They take them because they are collaborators in our system. Do you have the legislation, the systems, the instruments to plug the leakages so you keep your money? You know how many billions every African country gets as remittances? But they solve social issues, family consumption. Can you transform your remittances into investment products? You have social insurance funds, you have financial insurance funds, you have your pension funds. Where are the pension funds of African countries? They're in equities in Europe. You put your money in a European country to give you money, but you need money for development, and you want someone to give you their own money to develop your countries. Come on, Africa, wake up. We need a new conversation on transforming Africa, using our resources. You know the natural wealth of Africa? Take any country you want in Africa. Look at the natural wealth. What are they doing with those natural resources? The money is not missing. It's here. It's used in their own purposes. If we use it well, you thank anybody who says, I don't want to give you money anymore. Thank them for what they're giving to us and say, from now on, we will take responsibility for our own development.
Okay, we're almost rounding off. New realities. The UN doesn't have the kind of money it used to have.
Yeah.
How is the UN managing to
Couldn't be better. I'm being honest with you. Couldn't be better. At least in terms of Rwanda, I anticipated with my country team colleagues 2 years ago. We could see the trends. So when people talk about closure of US aid, it didn't start with US aid. It started with a number of other European countries. We could see the trends. It's dramatic. So we sat back and we said, well, the UN actually should not be doing project implementation. I know here, particularly here in Nigeria, there's a lot of expectation on projects. That's not our job. It shouldn't be our job on projects. That's the job of NGOs and community groups and the host government. The UN is the brain box of the government. I sit in my office. I can give you comparative experience on a development issue from 145 countries. It's the thinking around persistent and protracted development challenges. I need to put those ideas behind for our governments. They look at it, we support them to develop the policies, we track, we monitor, we can prototype. In one community, we go and prototype to show it can be done, but then they scale it up. Next, crowding private sector, crowding financial institutions. Development is not possible without private sector and the financial institutions. No government can finance its development. It's not possible. That's our new role. I am relishing it. It's less money for the UN, but to be honest with you, I'm even busier now than I used to be a year or 2 years ago, because my role is now at the ideas level, at the strategic level, at the futures gazing level. I'm supporting national institutions to rethink and retool their development. And a country like Rwanda that is very ambitious wants to be middle income by 2035. So I find myself fully empowered and energized and eager to leverage all the assets of the UN system to support Rwanda. It should be the same in every country.
And then the countries should latch in, leverage on it.
Absolutely.
And run.
Well, they should lead. So my role is to stand behind. My role is not to stand beside or in front of the government or the people of Rwanda. Hell no. It's not my country. My role is to stand behind them. So when they look behind and they're unsure, I'm like, Excellency, you're on the right path. We're here with you. We're the UN system. You are doing the right thing. People, because it's untested. Some of the ideas are unproven. So they don't know. So they look behind, they see me, they see my country team, they should feel strength that we're on the right path. That's what Africa needs right now. And that's the leadership that we call on our governments to deploy for the socio-economic transformation of our continent.
Let's conclude by getting to know you. I mean, so how did you get here? In 2 minutes, Professor Zomi Ojielo, how did you get here?
I call myself a simple boy from ENUGU. So I never planned to work for the UN. I was a very successful lawyer in Lagos. I did the legal brief for the pipeline project from oil pipeline from Port Harcourt to Lagos. I made a lot of money. But then I had 2 chance encounters. I was asked by the UN to go to Malawi and Namibia in 1999 to go help them on alternative dispute resolution, which was a process I had started here with a few others. So you may have heard of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators. I founded it with a few other colleagues here. So it's the largest mediation and conciliation organization in Africa today with more than 20,000 members. I founded the institute. So in that process, I went to Namibia, Malawi, helped them on ADR process. And then in 2002, I was asked to go to Sierra Leone to help set up the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I went there, worked for 6 months, trained the commissioners, and said, "Thank you, I'm gone." I said, "Hell no, you can't set us up and not run the commission." And I stayed till 2004. And for me, changed my life. It wasn't about making money. I found people who were so rich but became impecunious because of the one Sierra Leone. And I said, "Ozonia, this is your calling. It's about adding value to the public. The rest are details in different parts, either before or after." But Malawi and Sierra Leone were my transition moments from wanting to be a young lawyer who used to wear a Sohato cap and was smoking a pipe as a very young lawyer to make an impression before my clients, to coming from Sierra Leone and saying it's about adding value to people's lives and bringing about change. That's the rest of my calling. It doesn't matter whether you're rich or not. I feel very fulfilled. This is the simple boy from ENUGU before you today.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful conversation we've had. And I hope when you're home again, we should be talking.
I look forward to it.
And when we're in Rwanda, we'd like to talk with you.
Please.
I've been talking with Professor Ozonia Ojielo, UN Resident Coordinator and Representative of the United Nations Secretary General in Rwanda. It's been a great pleasure having you.
Great pleasure. Thank
and
you.
As we go, just a little gift.
Thank you.
That's a signature cap.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you
I
very
know you
much.
play a lot of golf. So
Yes, I do.
where you play your golf.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I am
Thank you.
Vin Martin Obiora Ilo from ENUGU, Nigeria. Thanks for watching, and let's do it again.
Made show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that interview with Professor Ozonia Ojielo on the challenges of development in Africa. Now, we're moving on to another interesting conversation on drug abuse. I mean, drug abuse has become one of the most pressing challenges facing Nigeria today. So we're going to be looking at the legal and social implications of drug abuse in the Nigerian society. Now, joining us this morning from Birnin Kebbi is Aminu A. Abdullahi. He's the Secretary, Young Lawyers Forum, Birnin Kebbi. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right. Now, first of all, talking about drug abuse, and the legal and social dimensions to it, tell us, what are the dimensions to this drug abuse in Nigeria currently?
Yes, now, in Nigeria currently, the prevailing law that prohibits and punishes drug abuse and possession is the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency Act of 1989. It was enacted during the military regime, but it's still the prevailing law right now. And this particular law not only punishes drug use, but also possession and sale. You will find out that in most cases, drug users are charged with possession before the Federal High Court, which has the sole jurisdiction to try and sentence offenders of drug-related offenses. Yes.
Now, with the rise of substances, I mean, there are a lot of substances that are being used now, like codeine and tramadol and crystal meth. There are a lot of them. So from your point of view, what do you think is fueling this trend, especially among young Nigerians to, use these drugs?
Yes, I believe there are different factors that are responsible for this rising scourge. because I believe it's a scourge of drug abuse. The most prevailing one of it all is, I think, the lack of insecurity and economic meltdown in the country. You find out that a lot of youths go into the business of buying and selling drugs because there are no other alternatives. There is no better way of living, better way of earning a living. So you find out that they go into selling and buying of illicit drugs to make ends meet. That is not to say we are justifying it, but then that is the facts at hand right now. Also, looking at the lack of security, you find out that a lot of insurgents are in the business of buying illicit drugs. So naturally, when there is high demand of substances, it's only logical that supply will also increase. So people go into these things to make money, and all these bandits and kidnappers are, I think, currently the highest purchasers of illicit drugs in the country.
I understand when you say that most of them are in it to make money, but what about those that buy these substances to use? I mean, what could be the reason behind that as well, aside from most, selling it to people?
Well, looking at our local society, I can tell like there's a different factor to this situation. Like you find out that some youths perceive the use of drugs as being hip or being urban. They find it fashionable. It's unfortunate, but that is the situation at hand. Some youth, especially students in the university, find it fashionable to smoke Indian hemp, maybe take drugs like performance enhancement drugs like codeine and the rest of them. Whereas you look at laborers, people that work manual labor, use hard drugs in order to enhance their performance, you find out that a lot of farm workers, especially in rural areas, are in the habit of buying and taking tramadol so that they can work all day and sometimes even at night. So that is why you find out that especially in rural areas, the sale of tramadol is rampant.
All right. Now, Nigeria has, the NDLEA and other, laws that address the use of narcotics. So, in your assessment, how well do these laws, serve their purpose when it comes to curbing the use and the abuse of these substances?
Well, so far, I used to believe that the law has been effective, but I was reading through a report the other day. The United Nations Office on Drug Office and Crime gave a statistics that recently the Nigerian use almost 14.4% of Nigerians abuse illicit drugs. That is almost three times the international average. So I believe more needs to be done. We need to look at those laws. We need to make some amendments because the NDLA Act, as it is now, focus more on punishing drug users and sellers rather than reforming them. So we need to look at it more holistically. We need laws that reform drug users and drug sellers, not only punishes them. So in that aspect, I believe the National Assembly has some work to do. Us in the legal profession to take up the mantle when called upon, and I believe also civil society organizations will come up and do some sensitization, maybe during town hall meetings and the rest of them, so that this issue, this scourge can be curbed, because just punishing offenders will not make drug users stop, but rather reforming them go a long way in addressing this issue.
Yeah, you made a very good point, which I'd like you to talk more on, which is, the law focusing more on punishment rather than rehabilitation or helping these people out. Now, I'd like to know, why do you think they focus more on the punishment instead of, the rehabilitation, aside from, what you mentioned that, there need to be laws to include, rehabilitation, but why do they focus more on that aspect instead?
Like I mentioned earlier, the act itself, it was a decree in 1989. So naturally, when there's an issue, the military always sees issues like we need to punish, we need to sanction, we need to place sanction. That's how they view things. But in the civilian governments, we look at things in a broad perspective. just punishing, I believe punishing people for an offense without the provision for reforming them will not prevent them from going back. Because you look at the statistics, it's rising. And every day, every year, every month, people are being convicted for drug offenses. But you find out that the numbers of drug users and sellers are on the rise, not decreasing. So definitely something must be wrong. And I believe this reform, rehabilitation, is the correct way to curb these things. You look at our prison systems now, someone will be convicted of possession of, let's say, cannabis. Then by the time he gets to the prison, he will meet people, he will meet network of people that are convicted for far graver offenses, maybe selling of tramadol, sales of diazepam. He will make unnatural connections. By the time he gets out, he'll be looking forward to maybe utilizing that connection to make money or even use the drugs himself. So we need to reform them rather than punish them alone. And I'm not saying they should not be punished. Naturally, when you commit an offense, there must be punishment, there must be sanction. But then after the punishment, there must be provision for rehabilitation.
So, in your opinion, that is a way for them to for a balance to be between punishment and rehabilitation. So, after the punishment comes the rehabilitation, if I understand you correctly.
And there are some instances where you find out that the offenders, let's say a young boy of 12, 13 was caught maybe with a small quantity of cannabis sativa. I believe the proper thing to do is to rehabilitate that boy, because before he becomes an addict, that is when action must be taken. Recently, I know there are rehabilitation centers in NDLEA commands in different states in Nigeria, but then the issue is that they lack the proper infrastructures and also the professionals. They need psychiatrists and psychologists, but they lack all those necessary infrastructures and personnel to deal with this issue. I believe the government needs to focus more on rehabilitation than on punishment alone.
All right. Now, we also see that young people, particularly, are arrested for possession of small quantities of these drugs for their personal use. And we find that most of them end up in these prisons, these overcrowded prisons. They're also being punished for using these small quantities. So, do you think that should the law treat personal use differently from trafficking? How should these things be handled depending on, what the offender is being caught doing?
Yes, indeed. The provisions of the NDLA Act itself have specific guidelines, like drug use is categorized under possession. So when a person is convicted for possession, the punishment, I think, is 15 years, not less than 15 years. Whereas when a suspect or a defendant is convicted for dealing, that is the buying and selling to other, the sentence is life imprisonment. So there is disparity between the sentences. Dealing carries weighter sentences than drug use, that is possession. But then again, you find out that that particular section, deals with possession, does not specify the quantity that is triable or is punishable. So normally the NDLE has a guideline. Maybe like recently, I know anything less than 100 grams of cannabis sativa is to be handled in-house and they are not to be charged to court. But then these things need to be incorporated into the NDLA Act itself to give it more legal backing. Because a guideline or principle in the NDLA office has no legal backing and it may not be followed at the whims of the Director General or the Commandant himself.
Now, there have also been issues of people who, when they are being caught or arrested with either for possession of these drugs or for trafficking and selling to other people, it takes a while for their trial to take place before their final judgment is being placed. And you find that sometimes these people spend so much time in detention while waiting for their trials. Why is that, and what can be done about it?
As in most facilities in Nigeria and most agencies in Nigeria, the NDLA itself has its lapses. During investigation, the most prevailing issue we're dealing with is pre-trial detention by the NDLE officers. You find that most of the times the suspects are kept for prolonged period of time, maybe more than a week or so before they are charged to court. And the courts we have, they are already overcrowded with a lot of cases. So, the judge himself have to go through series of different cases, maybe a lot of cases before he gets that particular NDLE case. And of course, trial has different stages. The NDLE has to present their witnesses. Their witnesses will be examined, and the defense counsel, if the suspect or defendant has a lawyer, will have to go through the motion of cross-examination, asking those witnesses questions. And then also the defendant will be given the opportunity to defend himself, maybe call witness in his defense. So all these things take time, and you find out that maybe the docket is already full. So you find out that a single case will take like 3, 4 to up to a year before it is concluded. So the correct thing to do now, we need more judges, honestly, more facilities in the courtrooms themselves. NDLE officers are doing well so far, but they need to do better too, because the trial detention already is an infringement on the fundamental rights of those suspects. So more needs to be done. And I believe more facilities will fast track cases. And also, if the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court too will give due consideration on fast tracking NDLE cases, maybe giving them special attention in fast tracked, I believe it will help in forwarding on all these delayed cases of NDLE.
Right. And, does the law also have anything to say about, because we find that sometimes, most of these officials of the NDLEA or other, related bodies in charge of these things, when they meet young people on the road, they start to search their bags, or I don't know if they have prior information concerning those people, but there have been issues where bags are being searched, people's items are being manhandled in the quest to find something on them. So does the law have anything to say about that, protecting the citizens from such acts of searching, on unwarranted searching of their belongings and personal effects?
The law has provided provisions regarding illegal searches. The proper procedure to take is when you are a victim of illegal search and seizure by any agency, not just the NDLEA, is to file an action in courts. But then you find out that most of the times NDLEA have informants that inform them of maybe a transport of a shipment of drugs in a particular vehicle before they start searching. So I believe the due process to be followed is when you are a victim of illegal search by the NDLEA is to approach courts. But then that's where you face the issue of convenience. Maybe your bag is searched and you are delayed for 30 minutes. Most people will not feel the need to go to courts and file action for illegal search and the rest of it, because they believe it will be a waste of time. But then more needs to be done, and I believe the NDLEA officers too need to be reoriented on how to treat a potential suspect and how to follow the law when they are searching.
All right. Now let's look at the issue of addiction, because this is also one of the things that come out from drug use, particularly among the young people. Now, addiction globally, it's been recognized as a health condition, but in Nigeria, addicts, are often treated like criminals, right? So, from a legal standpoint, what do you think that this undermines their rights, or their fundamental human rights, or something like that? What do you think about that?
From a legal standpoint, both addicts and everybody in Nigeria have rights that are enshrined in the Constitution. Being an addict will not deprive someone of his fundamental rights. But then we have this issue of stigmatization of addicts in our society. There is currently no law that says people must treat addicts as normal human beings. But then this is a social issue, not a legal issue. There is no provision that says the society has to view addict in a particular way. It's a social issue, but then more needs to be done again. There must be reorientation and there must be sensitization of this issue. Because most of the times, addicts that want to abandon the habit of drug abuse find out that they are already rejected by the society. So what is the need for them to try to integrate themselves in the society? The society now has a role to play. Addicts should not be shunned, they should not be abandoned, they should be, as a matter of fact, embraced. They need more guidance, they need more love than stigmatization. That is the issue we are facing now. But as it is now, there is no legal authority or any legal backing that forces the society to view addict in a particular way.
All right. Now, some countries, are experimenting with this idea of legalization or decriminalization of certain drugs. Do you think that this could ever be? Do you think this can be an option here in Nigeria? From a legal point of view, looking at our society and what our law says. Do you think that we can also adopt that idea of legalizing the free use of certain drugs without batting an eyelid on it?
I don't believe that is possible in Nigeria, although anything can happen. But I believe even in the countries you are talking about, like the United States of America, it's not every state that legalize the use of, let's say, marijuana. Certain states like California and some southern states. But in Nigeria, we have a different culture than those countries, and our culture not only frowns upon the use of illegal drugs and illicit drugs, but also places sanctions on them. And our laws are a reflection of the cultural realities we have. So I don't believe Nigeria will ever legalize the use of illicit drugs like cannabis. Of course, the use of cannabis is rampant, and I know there was a time the late governor of, is it Ondo States, Akeredolu SAN, made an attempt to legalize the use of marijuana, if I'm correct, but it did not see the light of day. So it is not possible. Our laws are a reflection of our culture, and our culture not only frowns upon the use of illicit drugs, but criminalizes it. So it's not possible to legalize them in Nigeria. That's my take on this.
All right. And now, looking at the drug control policies that have been put in place in the past by the government, from your observation, what gaps still exist when it comes to policy implementation as regards to, drug abuse and curbing the use or reducing the use of certain drugs?
In my own view, there is this lack of crucial infrastructures, that's especially in the NDLA. You find out that in NDLA commands in states, there are no vehicles for operation. Their staff are underpaid. Maybe some of them don't even receive allowances, only salaries. So the government needs to come up here and do the needful, because when a security official is being asked to do a job, he needs to be comfortable. He needs to have all the facilities he needs. There needs to be mobility. There needs to be appropriate remuneration in terms of allowances and the rest. Because most of their officers go on night rates. Most of them go on stakes, maybe spend overnight in remote areas trying to track down drug traffickers. So the government needs to do more in giving them allowances, vehicle, and proper infrastructure in their commands. On the part of the suspects too, the government needs to do more in ensuring that their fundamental rights are preserved while in detention. Because you go to NDLA commands, you find out that suspects don't even have places to stay. Maybe they sleep on the floor, they don't have beds, they are not fed unless they have relatives that come to visit them and do them food. They are not fed. And that's the reality. So the government needs to do more in these aspects. Recently, there has been a pronouncement by the Supreme Court also that suspects, while being interviewed, are entitled to have a legal representation or member of a civil society organization or their relatives or any other person of their choice when they are being interviewed or interrogated by the officers of the NDA or police or any other law enforcement agencies. I believe this is in regards to section 15 and 17 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act. So you find out that most of the commands of the NDLEA lack the facilities like cameras and the rest of them, and even investigation room. So the government needs to do more in providing these facilities to ensure smooth investigation. Yes.
Right. So now the NDLEA, I mean, they are tasked with handling issues concerning drug and drug abuse. But so far, I mean, the rate of the use of these drugs seems to keep on increasing and increasing and increasing as the years go by. And I would like to know, what is your assessment of NDLEA when it comes to addressing the supply and demand side of drug abuse, seeing that it's still on the rise and it's, it's continuous?
Previously, I used to hold the view that the NDLEA have been so far effective. But as of now, I've changed my view, honestly. The NDLEA needs to do more because there are instances where, they will go to arrest a drug trafficker. By the time they get there, he has already been informed that they are coming. So you find out that in most cases, there are people that are complicit, official people complicit in this drug trade. People giving them information, giving them information on what's not. You find out that some people in high places are also beneficiaries of this drug trade. So more needs to be done. There needs to be a holistic approach on how these things are being tackled. Because most of the times what we have is that low-level dealers are the ones being arrested and charged to court. While the drug kingpins are there, they are known, but nobody will approach them or even arrest them. So there needs to be something done tackle this issue. More needs to be done because as it is now, things are escalating to a magnitude that is going to get very dangerous in the society very soon.
You're very correct. I mean, like you said, something needs to be done because, I mean, the rate at which it is increasing is quite alarming. But thank you so much for your time and for having this conversation with us. Aminu A. Abdullahi, Secretary, Young Lawyers Forum, Birnin Kebbi. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Exactly. All right, and that is it on our conversation talking on drug abuse, the legal and social implications in the Nigerian society. And yes, that's the much we can take on our show this morning. It's always a pleasure having you join us every day, every morning for Signature Morning. Thank you so much for joining us. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and coming up next, we bring in an interview we had with Ifediora Amobi. He's a development economist, and we spoke on, the disbursement of 419 billion naira conditional cash transfers to nearly 6 million Nigerians. Do enjoy and have a good day.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Nigerian government says it has disbursed 419 billion naira in conditional cash transfers to nearly 6 million Nigerians. And they are still saying that more, more money is still going to go out before the end of the month. And, questions are raising up about this, about who really benefits from this. What impact will it have on poverty and even the inflation and the economy as a whole? And if this is a sustainable solution or just, a temporary relief measure. Well, to, join us on this conversation this morning is Ifediora Amobi. He's a development economist. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. It's always a pleasure having you here. All right. Now, first of all, I'd like to know, hearing the money that government has already disbursed to, the 6 million Nigerians under the conditional cash transfer program. I'd like to know, what do you think about that, from your perspective? How do you see it? What's your take on the money that is being put out and of what relevance it would be to people?
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Well, every amount, no matter how much it is relevant when it is given. The problem I have, or the issue I have with this, is that it's making us more and more a palliative-driven economy when it comes to the social infrastructure that we are trying as much as possible to resolve. 419 billion naira is a lot of money. Yes. However, Nigeria is, a large country, and so if that amount has been disbursed to about 6 million people or 6 million households, depending on which source you're actually looking at, that's about 70,000 naira over the life of this administration. What is 70,000 naira in today's Nigeria? It doesn't really get you, much. Yeah. And so you're given a palliative, which is, it solves an immediate cash problem, but you can't sustain it. The argument basically would have been to find programs that are a bit more productive, because it's a consumption-driven, exercise. So I give you 70,000 naira, you go to the market, you buy things, you eat, and that's it. If that amount was used to say, was used, for instance, to, if it was put into, let's say, a social program or a productive program to subsidize agriculture, subsidize seeds or fertilizer or something to farmers, then you're now, adding to the food productive cycle. If it was also used as soft loans to smaller, small business people, then it could make their businesses grow, they can create jobs, So that's a bit more sustainable than just giving people cash. Another issue is who gets this money. Now there's what's called the National Social Register that has been put together. From what I understand, it's as at August or July last month, there are about 68 million names, on that national register. States, local governments, communities have been, contributing through their state offices to, populate the register. How government can now confirm that these people are poor, these people really need that money, is up to the office that coordinates it. Today, all the states participate in this. However, only 24 states out of 36 states and the FCT qualify for this conditional cash transfer, which ENUGU State is not one of them. So, people around ENUGU, around Ebonyi, around Abia in the southeast have been asking, we hear about all this money being disbursed, but we've never really gotten anything out of it. Yet, because in the southeast, these three states are not, a part of it. In the southwest, I think it's Lagos, Ogun, and Ondo states are not participating. In the South, you have Delta, Bayelsa, Edo that are not participating.
Yes, yes.
So you have a majority of the states in the South are not part of the CCT. And so government government announced that about 71% of disbursements have gone to the north, and about 29 come to the south. So more states need to participate in this to be able to benefit from it. But like I said earlier on, it's more consumption and less production. And it has to be more productive, inclined than consumption driven, in my own opinion.
Okay, so I want to ask, with all the economic challenges and insecurity, poverty rates, and a whole lot of things going on in Nigeria, why did the government resort to conditional cash transfer instead of facing what is facing Nigeria?
Well, that's actually a very, very good question. The whole idea behind the conditional cash transfer was to help the poorest of the poor, the vulnerable within the population, and try and lift them up, temporarily until they can stand on their own feet and be able to, fend for themselves. And just like the first word in that, the first C is conditions. So there are conditions. It's not just money that's given to everybody or anybody on the street because you're poor. The recipients have to meet certain conditions. One being that, your children have to be registered in school and go to school. They have to be regular, pay regular visits to your local health centers and get vaccinated, etc. The household has to be headed by a woman. There are some of these conditions that qualify, households. And so, if the government is saying that they have done about 6 million households or individuals, and that means that they have gone through those conditions to be able to qualify. Now, like you said, with the poverty rate and everything going on now, why disburse cash? Like I said, well, it's a temporary thing. People need to eat. However, like I said earlier on, it has to be a bit more, there has to be a mix of giving people cash and also, putting some of that cash into programs that can last longer. More money is going to be given this month, August, about 54 billion naira to about 2.2 or thereabout million households. And each one is going to get 25,000 naira a month for 3 months. So the question now is, what can 25,000 naira do in today's Nigeria? And after 3 months, what happens? Right. So, it's almost like giving you, a spoon of water when you're really, really thirsty. When
a spoon is too much. Let's say a drop of
water. A drop of water. Yeah, exactly. You see, so as much as, yes, government is trying to see how they can help people, in these harsh economic times. But when you look at the amount, 419 or 420 billion naira, if that had gone into just one sector, school meals program, food vouchers, and something like, food vouchers is something that many countries do. So what they do is, instead of giving you cash, because I can give you 25,000 naira, you can go to the hairdressers and get your hair done. Yes. Or we can create food vouchers that you can redeem in the market or at the shops. At least we know that these vouchers, because they're specified, are used for food, certain food items. So at least you can track where that money, where the cash is going to, because we're not giving you cash. And you can't go to the hairdresser with the food voucher. You can go, right. So it's a bit more direct. And so these are some of the things that we have to think about. Agriculture subsidies, we're trying to encourage urban farming and, etc. So if certain inputs like fertilizers and seeds and stuff can be subsidized or even given free to people so that they can start growing their own yams and vegetables and stuff behind their houses, that would go a long way. than just give me 25,000 naira every month. In the middle of it, you're actually increasing tariffs for your, your data, your electricity
and the like.
All sorts of things. Yeah.
That's true. Now, already we're dealing with rising inflation, a struggling naira, now pumping 419 billion into the economy for Nigerians. Do you think that this risks, fueling more inflation and, a harsher economic situation for Nigerians?
Well, yes, it can increase inflation, but I don't think it's going to be that significant, even though when we say 419 billion, it sounds like a lot of money. But given the size of Nigeria's economy, it's almost like a drop in the bucket. But it will still have positive inflationary effects. So, and then the government hasn't said that this is the cap. They might come out tomorrow and then announce we're putting another 100 billion, another 200 billion. So the question now is, how long can we, keep doing this without having anything to show for it? Because there's really no way of measuring whether even the 419 billion that has been disbursed has had positive effects. Has it grown the economy? Has it taken people out of poverty? Are we healthier, as a people? What exactly? Now, if government had said, okay, across Nigeria, every young man, who needs a job, we can clear our gutters, we can, cut the grass, we can, clean our own environment, etc. We'll pay you guys 5,000 naira a day. 419 billion naira would go a long way. People will be, at least be doing some type of dignified work. It's 5,000 naira a day, but at least, you go out every day, you do that, we have a clean environment, And so there are so many alternative ways that we could channel this money as opposed to just giving it out as cash. And then besides, we don't even know how effective this disbursement is. Of course, there's been stories about corruption and money is being siphoned and being put away. And so how do we even know these beneficiaries? How do we even know whether they even get this money? So, there's actually quite a lot that we need to do in this regard.
Okay, so some people on social media, and allegedly there are speculations that the government, as the federal government, is trying to buy Nigerians over, shut them up, give them a token for their silence over what has been going on. An average amount a minister or a senator earns, and it's been on the internet. Everybody has been complaining. All of a sudden they are disbursing 419 billion naira to Nigerians. What does that say about how effective our government is, towards pioneering poverty elevation and other things that is connected to that?
Well, I wouldn't really pay much attention or put a lot of effort into what goes on in social media. On the surface, one could say, well, at least this government has done this. Previous governments did not do it. So, one can say, well, yeah, there are some positive, at least the effort is being made. Let it just be that the way it is being made is still flawed and we haven't perfected it yet. But that the government cares and is thinking about the people. We've always had inflation, we've always had, high prices, we've always had an economy that has been quite unstable in the past. But no government has ever said, okay, here's 500 billion naira. Let me give this to the people and just, disburse it. Not that it's the perfect policy, but at least it's something that has been introduced now. So social media is saying, well, the government is trying to shut Nigerians up, and so on, etc. One or two people's opinions. I don't think I would actually put, too much salt into that.
So there is something interesting I realized. Some officials are citing that about 71% will go to the north and about 21 to 25% will go to the south. I want to understand, what is the metrics to measuring who gets what and who receives what, and why is the south getting 21 to 25%?
Well, there's no metrics. Like I said earlier on, it depends on which states want to participate. And I gave you wrote about 8-9 states in the South that have not even. In the Southeast, Southwest, at least 3 out of the 5 or 6 states are not participating. So you can't blame the North if the state governors and the more states are keen into it, and we are not. Besides Anambra and Imo in the Southeast, the other 3 states, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Abia, are not participating.
Why do you think the North is so much particular about it, getting all involved?
It all depends on how, first of all, how much importance you pay, the 3 states that are not participating yet. The 3 states that are not participating yet. But as far as the federal government is concerned, it is open to all 36 states and the FCT. So if you don't key in as a state,
that's your problem.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
but do you think that this program is sustainable? Do you think it's sustainable enough looking at Nigeria's situation?
No, it's not sustainable. No palliative is sustainable. It's free money. It is given at the cost or at the expense of other programs that government should be doing. Okay. If government has to build roads or provide money for infrastructure or health or education or any other social service, and they're using this money to now give out as cash, that means that those programs are either going to wait or suffer. You see? And so, if we want to be a socialist, economy or run a socialist system, then we have to come out clearly and say, okay, yes, we're going to be a socialist system where the government takes care of the people. Government provides housing, education is free, health is free, public transportation is free, and all that. And then all this money now goes into it. That way, if you're going home with 10,000 naira as salary, you know that it's enough because you're not paying rent, you're not buying, you're not paying for transport. Because that extra goes into the social, pot to provide these things for you. If we want to now become a capitalist system, which we are running, a near capitalist system where you pay for everything you earn and you pay, and then government is on the other hand providing social services by giving you free money and food stamps and so on and so forth. Then, we have a mix of different systems. And so unless we come out clearly and specify what we want to do.
Yes, but do you think this thing has political undertones? Because some people are of the opinion that this is more of a political tool to, get the aimed at winning public, sympathy or public, just win the public generally. Do you think it has?
I wouldn't say no, because it is the duty of every government that comes in to ensure that they keep the people happy, because 4 years from now there'll be election, or 4 years from the time they came in there'll be elections. So everything they do, every policy has some political undertones to it, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, so for somebody who wants to register, no, I think I'll rephrase that. Is there a registration portal or application? What is the procedure and the requirements for the Nigerians to get this palliative?
There's a registration portal online. There are also, I think it's run, there's a national office that coordinates it under the National Social Investment Program. And then so if you go into the portal, you just follow the steps. There's also, I think the states, each state has like an office that coordinates that. So you can either go through your state and get registered if the state's portal is open, and you can do that. But like I said, you must fulfill the conditions. It's not just everybody and anybody. You must be classified as poor. That means that you don't have a job, you live in the poor neighborhood, you come from a poor household,
can't afford basic amenities?
Yeah, I mean, when you meet those conditions, then you register and yeah, you're qualified.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Amobi. Thank you so much for coming and for joining us in this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, Imo State Government approves 104,000 Naira minimum wage for workers. Benue Assembly suspends Dajo days after resignation as Speaker. SpaceX Starship deploys first mock Starlink satellites on 10th test flight. And Real Madrid enter Kobe Mainoo race. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma, has approved a new minimum wage of 104,000 for civil servants in the state from the present 76,000 naira. Uzodinma made this known during a meeting with various labor union leaders at the government house in Owerri. Also increased the minimum wage of doctors from 215,000 naira to 503,000 naira, while that of teachers in tertiary institutions was increased from 119,000 naira to 222,000 naira. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, the news continues.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. The governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma, has approved a new minimum wage of 104,000 for civil servants in the state from the present 76,000 naira. Uzodinma made this known during a meeting with various labor union leaders at the government house in Owerri. Also increased the minimum wage of doctors from 215,000 naira to 503,000 naira, while that of teachers in tertiary institutions was increased from 119,000 naira to 222,000 naira, among others. He said Imo citizens had faced numerous challenges since his government took office, including insecurity, the COVID-19 pandemic, economic hardship from reform policies, and disputes over minimum wage and subsidy removal. The governor further said that the state government will begin the payment of the last batch of gratuity of 6 billion naira owed to pensioners in the state. The national leadership of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, has raised alarm over threats being issued by the Edo State government to members of the Edo State Caretaker Committee of the NLC, bill to be inaugurated on Thursday this week in Benin. A statement issued by the Acting General Secretary of the Nigeria Labour Congress, Benson Upa, said that the Congress is worried by multiple credible reports of plans by the state government to disrupt the inauguration to which the government was invited. The statement disclosed that the NLC Secretariat in Benin City has been seized by government and expressing dismay at the hostile behavior of the governor, saying that he will be personally held responsible if any of the caretaker committee members or those assigned to inaugurate them suffer any harm. The statement recalled that the state governor, who did not hide his reluctance to work with the administration of Odion Olaye, the democratically elected council chairperson, before the government-backed forces led by Bernard Joma illegally removed him, which led the Congress to make efforts to reconcile the two groups to no avail. The NLC reminded the governor that Edo State has always been associated with the great labor leaders like the great Pa Imodu and the irrepressible Adams Oshomole and a host of others in and outside labor circles, and advised him to steer clear of internal labor governance as there is more than enough for him to do in the state. The Deputy Secretary General Association of Senior Civil Servants of Nigeria, Chukwuma Ibokwe, has kicked against the move to increase the salaries of public office holders in the country. Speaking on Signature Morning, the flagship breakfast show on Signature TV, Ibokwe said the take-home pay of the political office holders should be placed side by side with that of civil servants to find out who actually deserves a pay hike. He said those factors being considered by the Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Commission for contemplating the upward salary review for political office holders are more critical for the public servants whose salary have become unrealistic.
The first thing is, let's look at, we compare, we make an analysis of what is it they are taking now compared to what the civil servants are taking. Because be it as it may, we all go to the same market, we all live in the same environment. All the factors that they are going to elucidate as the reason for increasing their jumbo salaries are also the same thing that workers are passing through. And if it is justifiable that the increase will take place, then let's put them together. Let's put that of average civil servants and let's put that of a political office holder. And let's see the margin. Let's see the difference.
The labor leader stated that the labor movement has registered its complaint against the move, insisting that any such increase must be made holistic to factor in the precarious condition of the Nigerian workforce. Ibokwe regretted that the political office holders are more driven by the acquisition of wealth rather than service to the nation, while denying the civil servants the same benefits.
In Nigeria, we have seen politics as the most lucrative enterprise. If politics is the place you can be nobody today, you don't have any money today, but tomorrow you are appointed, and the next 3 months you are a big man. When it's time for civil servants or workers, increment of workers' salary, we have to fight for it. We have to protest. We have to go on strike. We have to demonstrate. We have to give reasons. They have to set committee. They have to set another committee to see how they can bring it down. They will start giving you the logic there that we have organized private sector. But when it comes to political office holders' salary, you don't need to set any committee.
Members of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, on Tuesday embarked on a nationwide protest to highlight what they described as the federal government's persistent neglect of its long-standing demands. At the University of Jos, members of the union staged a demonstration before addressing journalists, where they announced their outright rejection of the recently introduced Tertiary Institution Staff Support Fund Loan Scheme. ASU branch chairperson Joseph Morwos said the initiative was not a solution but a deliberate attempt to push lecturers deeper into financial hardship. According to him, the loan scheme was nothing but a poison chalice designed to impoverish university teachers rather than address the reality of their economic situation. At the University of Lagos, ASU members who joined the nationwide protest demanded better treatment of lecturers and the education sector. The placard-bearing lecturers demanded the federal government's payment of arrears, improved welfare, and renegotiation of the 2009 FG-ASU agreement. The situation was the same at the Federal University Gusau branch in Zamfara State, where the chairman of the union at the university, Abdulrahman Adamu, who led the protest, decried the government's neglect of Nigerian universities, lamenting that funding has been left solely to TET Fund, while academic staff continue to face various forms of hardship. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, University Port Harcourt chapter, also joined the nationwide protest embarked upon by the union to demand the implementation of agreements reached with the federal government in 2009. Leading the protest, chairman of the union in the university, Professor Ome Ngwoke, said members were out to register their displeasure over what he described as delay tactics in the renegotiation of the 2009 agreement. Addressing journalists during the march, Ngwoke listed the unresolved issues to include victimization of colleagues, unpaid arrears of the 25% and 35% wage awards, withheld promotion arrears spanning 4 years, and unremitted third-party deductions. He further rejected the proposed loan scheme of the federal government, describing it as a distraction and a deviation from the more pressing demand of renegotiating the 2009 agreement.
It is from these salaries that individual lecturers are expected to cater for their families' health care, feeding, rent, clothing, water supply, transportation, and sundry other needs. The same salaries are the basis for loans, including the recently initiated one by the federal government. The recently launched Tertiary Institutions Staff Support Fund. In other words, colleagues have to be better informed that what I have read out now will be the basis for the TISS fund loan.
And at another rally at the Federal University, Oye-Ekiti, the zonal coordinator of ASU for Akure Zone, Professor Adeola Egbedoku, expressed deep concern over the alleged failure of President Bola Tinubu administration to tend to the various demands of the union since his assumption of office 2 years ago. Egbedoku, who spoke at a press conference at Federal University, Oye-Ekiti, called on stakeholders, including the National Assembly, religious leaders, traditional rulers, and students to caution the federal government against pushing university teachers to a nationwide strike. He said the government's failure to heed ASU's several calls and agitations had pushed the lecturers to the edge, with their patience being stretched to breaking point. He stated that ASU demands included implementation of the 2009 ASU FGN agreement, sustainable funding of Nigerian universities, revitalization of the university system, payment of outstanding 25-35% salary arrears, stagnated promotions for over 4 years, unremitted third-party deductions, and victimizations of colleagues in some institutions. The ASU zonal chairman said that the report of the Alhaji Yayale Ahmed-led committee painstakingly concluded the renegotiation and submitted its report since February 2025. He, however, regretted that the report had been treated with reckless indifference, describing such a development as a clear betrayal of trust and an insult to the principle of collective bargaining. A United States court had sentenced the Apetu of Ipetumodu in Oshu State Oba Joseph Oloyede to 56 months in prison for his role in a multi-million-dollar COVID-19 relief fund scheme. Oluyede, who holds dual U.S. and Nigerian citizenship and resides in Medina, Ohio, was sentenced on Tuesday by U.S. District Judge Christopher A. Boyko. According to a statement issued on Tuesday by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Ohio, the monarch was also ordered to serve 3 years of supervised release after his prison term and pay $4.4 million in restitution. He is also to forfeit his Medina home, purchased with fraud proceeds, and an additional $96,000 seized by investigators. Prosecutors said Oloyede led a conspiracy to exploit emergency loan programs created to assist businesses impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. In April, Oloyede pleaded guilty to wire fraud and tax fraud charges, while investigators revealed that he operated 5 businesses and 1 non-profit and submitted falsified applications for Paycheck Protection Program and Economic Injury Disaster loans. Amnesty International has condemned the Nigerian authorities for what it calls the relentless harassment and persecution of Omoyele Sowore, a human rights activist and Sahara Reporters publisher. In a statement posted on its X handle on Wednesday, the global human rights organization criticized the ongoing trial of Sowore on charges of terrorism financing, money laundering, and fraudulent activities, describing them as baseless and politically motivated attempts to silence him. The statement follows a recent ruling by a federal high court in Abuja, which ordered 6 banks to provide the police with details of bank accounts linked to Sowore and his companies as part of an investigation into alleged terrorism funding and money laundering. It described Showore's arraignment as another attempt to crack down on his human rights. The Nigerian Railway Corporation has suspended train operations on the Abuja-Kaduna route till further notice. NRC Managing Director Kayode Opeifa announced this while briefing journalists in Abuja hours after the incident. Opeifa said that some technical staff of the corporation, alongside the Nigeria Safety Investigation Bureau (NSIB) and other relevant agencies, are currently on the ground at the train derailment site carrying out an investigation. He dismissed claims that the trains are not in good condition and said the refund of the ticket fees has been initiated for all passengers on board. The NRC bus also received some passengers on board the train at the Asham Station, Idu Train Station, Abuja. According to Opeifa, 6 passengers sustained minor injuries and have since been treated. He, however, said the exact number of passengers on board has not been ascertained yet. The Benue State House of Assembly has suspended former Speaker Ananda Dajo for 3 months for an alleged attempt to impeach Governor Hyacinth Alia. The suspension of Dajo followed the motion moved by the lawmaker representing Kian State Constituency, Tena Shimawa, and seconded by James Umoru from Apa State Constituency. Interestingly, Shimawa, who moved the motion, was one of those suspended last week Friday by Dajo before his resignation as Speaker. The Speaker, Alfred Berger, who ruled on the motion, reviewed Dajo's suspension from 6 to 3 months without the usual votes on such matters. In a new twist, the Assembly made a U-turn and confirmed the nomination of Timothy Yangyen Ogugwa, a law lecturer at the Benue State University, who was rejected last week by the then Speaker Dajo as commissioner. However, the new Speaker Berger, while reading a letter from Governor Alia on Tuesday, screened 5 more nominees, including the law professor. The House also lifted the suspension on 3 political office holders earlier suspended by the governor. Up ahead, business owners express mixed reactions at NBA Annual General Conference in ENUGU. NAFDAC warns against use of fake contraceptive pills. Stay with us.
We are local.
International communities observing the
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the news by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Rivers State has called on eligible voters to take advantage of the ongoing continuous voter registration exercise to not only register but ensure that they collect their permanent voter cards, PVCs, when ready. The resident electoral commissioner in Rivers State, Professor Gabriel Yomere, made the appeal during the official flag-off of the current CVR exercise at the INEC state headquarters in Port Harcourt. According to records from the commission, a total of 251,405 PVCs from various registration exercises remain uncollected in the state. Yomere cautioned that while registering for the voter card is the foundation of democratic participation, the entire purpose is defeated if citizens fail to collect and use their cards to vote.
If we want the government by us, for us, then we must have a way of also having a say in the people that are chosen to rule us. And that is the beginning. We say that if we don't register, registration is the first stage. The second stage is to collect the PVC. If you register without collecting the PVC, it's as good as not registering because you will not be entitled to vote. So registration and collecting the PVC is very, very essential. It is when we have our PVC that we can cast our vote, we can determine those who will be our president, the person who will be our governor, going to the National Assembly, and so forth. And it's very, very necessary.
Meanwhile, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, which leads the country's opposition coalition, has declared that no political party, including the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, can rival its strength ahead of the 2027 elections. Rivers State Publicity Secretary of the ADC, Luckyman Egila, told reporters that even the ruling party is unsettled by the ADC's growing influence. He alleged that the recent interrogations of some opposition leaders by the anti-graft agency were part of a calculated attempt to intimidate the coalition. Egila, however, maintained that the plan would fail, stressing that winning Rivers State and the country at large in 2027 would be very, very easy for the ADC.
Samuel Wanofike is not competent enough to speak about the likes of Rotimi Amechi, who is a former governor of Rivers State, who is the two-time minister, because he's not even qualified to lace his shoes. So we are not taking the likes of Samuel Wanofike and his cohort seriously, because apparently, tell me, are they carrying out an APC rally or they are carrying an APC PDP rally? These are people that politically we have seen that they are colossal failures. People that talk from both sides of their mouth, people that cannot be trusted, that have no integrity. Responding to them looks like belittling yourself. So we will not drag our names or take our name to the gutters because someone of CK is saying something. It's inconsequential and it's not important. And I think Rivers people know them, that these are people that do not have anything to offer Rivers people. We have said it's coming Countless times I have always reiterated this, that there is no party that can stand the ADC come 2027. We are the strongest opposition that is making even the Tinubu administration to fret.
The All Progressives Congress in Ikwere local government area of Rivers State has declared that former governors Rotimi Amechi and Celestine Omehia, who are from the area, will be retired from active politics after the 2027 general elections. Director General of the Ikwere APC campaign organization for the August 30 local government election in Rivers State, Obinna Ekem, made the statement while addressing supporters at the grand finale of their rally in Omagwa community. Ekem expressed confidence that the party would sweep the upcoming council polls in all 13 wards of the area, noting that the assurances received from residents point to a decisive victory for the APC. He stated that beyond the upcoming local government polls, the party in the area is already gearing up for the 2027 elections, assuring a landslide victory for President Bola Tinubu despite the opposition alliance by Amechi and Omehia.
To have prepared beyond 30th of August, that we have gone further to prepare for 2027. And they said I should inform you that you also should let our leaders know, from the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, and our leader, Ezebuwaye Sowike, that they should be aware and know that we are also aware that two persons that is among the confusion they call ADC, that they are from this local government, that we should tell you that you should tell the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces that he should concentrate on the articles, the David Mark, and what have you outside the Ikwere local government. That will have the capacity, to effectively contain our brother Rotimi Amechi and Celestine Omehia.
Leader of the Rainbow Coalition in the area, Samuel Wanosike, assured the APC that Rotimi Amechi and his kinsman, Celestine Omehia, cannot win in their polling unit in Ubima community where they come from.
I want to assure you that the Ikwere local government, we are happy with the Renew Hope agenda. We have seen governments come and go, but I've never seen a government like Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government. No wonder he's a man that redefined Lagos State. Thank God he has brought that capacity to change the narrative in Nigeria. For us, tell our leaders at the federal level, they should forget about those stories from men who had opportunity and didn't use it. The likes of Rotimi Amechi, Celestine Omehia, they can't win their polling units at all. Can they win their polling unit? My chairman, don't worry about the Ikwere local government. In fact, forget about thinking of us. All you will ask us when INEC sets that date is to say, where is the result?
Factional Rivers State Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Tony Okocha, called on the people of Ikwere local government area not to allow any political party dominate the forthcoming local government election. He urged the candidates to embrace collective leadership if elected, rather than pursuing the roles individually.
Is there any other political party in Ikwe local government? No way. And are they sure? No one. So no other political party there here? At all. So what would they talk now? Tranquil. So our brothers don't go. But in spite of that again, now to tell them I say, what would they do on Saturday? Not be what we have said and do before. We will tell them, say, they didn't know they go anywhere. They walk. They organized a charade and went and said they were declaring themselves XYZ. And we told them, we promised them it will not work. Did it work? Now, when you see people gather like this, and they talk one thing, say they want good leadership, they want leadership of a collective, then you know that we are going very far. This election will be conducted on the 30th of August, barely 5 or 6 days away, and we'll be here to be happy that we did. My dear people, I don't get any other thing to say than to thank honor.
The Rivers State Commissioner of Police, Olugbenga Adepoju, has assured Rivers residents of adequate security in the build-up to the 30th August 2025 local government election. Speaking during a press briefing at the police headquarters, Moscow Road, Port Harcourt, on Tuesday, Adepoju emphasized that security arrangements for the polls will be strictly manned by the police and other conventional security agencies, making it clear that vigilante groups will not be part of the election duty. The commissioner disclosed that the police have been carrying out raids in black spots and making arrests of criminal elements ahead of the election to guarantee a peaceful atmosphere. He also revealed that a joint security situation room has been set up to receive information from the public during the polls.
You are all aware that on the 30th of this month, we're going to have a local government chairmanship election. And we've done all due diligence to ensure it's going to be peaceful. We've been holding meetings with stakeholders. We've only gone to local governments and every other places to sensitize our people. And we've also directed the sole local government administrators to equally talk to people and have stakeholders meeting, in which all has been done, and the response has been very positive. I want us to be rest assured that we made all possible, including manpower, security, to ensure that this election is free, fair, and very peaceful.
The Senate Committee on Petroleum Downstream has assured Nigerians that it would work with the executive and relevant stakeholders to implement sustainable reforms that will stabilize the sector and improve transparency in petroleum product supply and distribution. This assurance came as the committee began a 5-day retreat in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, with participants, industry stakeholders, and host communities. Chairman of the Senate Committee on Petroleum Downstream, Suleiman Kawu, said members will interrogate critical issues, propose bold solutions, and draw up a roadmap that will guide their constitutional responsibilities.
This retreat is combined with very clear objectives. 1, to provide a roadmap for the oversight and legislative activities of the Senate Committee on Downstream sectors, ensuring that our interventions are strategic, impactful, and responsive to national needs. To critically evaluate the implementation of Petroleum Industry Act 2021, particularly the provision on the Midstream and Downstream Gas Infrastructure Fund and the Host Community Development Fund, which are pivotal for exclusivity, growth, and social justice. To strengthen the capacity of committee members to exercise effective oversight, appropriation, and legislative review, in line with the constitutional mandate of the National Assembly and the vision of the renewed hope agenda.
The retreat is expected to provide a platform to craft an actionable legislative agenda that addresses constitutional gaps, promotes fiscal transparency, safeguards host community rights, and positions Nigeria to meet the dual challenge of petroleum revenue management and energy transition. Business owners at the bustling Mami Market in Enugu are sharing their experiences during doing business at the ongoing 2025 Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association at the International Conference Center, Enugu. While some vendors reported a decent business flow, others expressed disappointment and frustration, feeling that their investment in securing a stand was not worthwhile. Correspondent Christopher Lele, who interacted with these vendors, tells us more.
As the 2025 Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association draws to a close in less than 3 days, vendors at the Mami Market are experiencing mixed emotions. While some business owners are filled with sadness, others remain hopeful about the potential sales and opportunities the conference has brought. From food sellers to souvenir traders, expectations were high ahead of the event, with many investing heavily in stock and logistics. For some, the anticipated rush of customers did not match reality, while others say the conference has helped them expand their customer base beyond ENUGU as visiting delegates patronized their stalls. Mrs. Uchechi, a frustrated food vendor at Mami Market, revealed that her 200,000 naira worth of tiger nut juice had gone bad due to low sales even after she slashed the price. To make matters worse, she's unhappy with the market organizers, claiming they failed to uphold their end of the bargain.
I have no sale for 3 days. I need to relocate my canopy to another stand, which even the task force was asking me why I left. I said I left because I will recover my money. That 225,000 naira collected for me as an vendor, and they promised that they will not allow hawkers to parade in the arena, but they disappointed us by allowing hawkers to parade, collecting 30,000 naira, 50,000 naira from them to come in and sell at a cheaper rate over we that paid 225,000 naira, making our product, this product now is worth of 300,000 naira, but it's a waste. And we pour it away because it's a tiger nut. It doesn't last more than 2 days. It will just spoil. Every day I spend 4,000, 5,000 naira ice block to make sure to have a sale, but yet I don't have a sale.
For Miss Love Wafo, owner of a clothing line at Mami Market, the biggest challenge is the sea of competition. With so many vendors selling similar products, she's finding it tough to make sales and stay afloat.
They met the expectation to, let me say, 70%. It's not really bad, the organization, but I think they should do better in terms of choosing the niche they, accept, okay? I think one particular niche should be maximum of 10 to 20, so that those people can actually sell well. Okay, so we had that issue of so many people doing the same thing that you do, and then you're struggling, to find your grounds. So that's the particular place I want them to work on.
Meanwhile, a different food vendor was riding high on a wave of success, with sales meeting expectations and a confident outlook for the conference's final days.
I'm making special sales here, and people are coming here. They love our food. They really love our food, and I appreciate it.
The business owners are, however, appealing to the organizers to adhere strictly to agreement and a more curated vendor selection process to ensure a thriving market.
If the lawyer of this country that make a law and they are the one breaking the law, because I meet one of those that gave us this stand and to ask them, why are they doing this to us? They promised us that they are not going to allow the hawkers to come in so that we can make sales, but they allow it. They say it's the system. What is the system?
I think this conference, the lesser the number of vendors, the better, so that those people can focus on serving the crowd that comes. Okay, so but if they find out that a lot of people are here and then they are collecting money from a lot of people, they will come out here and start struggling. Businesses are struggling, okay, to make sales.
NBA conference attendees who shopped at Mami Market weighed in on their experiences, sharing thoughts on product quality, food prices, and more.
The prices of food and other commodities are very fair. And when I was coming, I was like, okay, there's everything for me to like get trousers, those lawyers waistcoat, and I've been able to like move around, and the prices are also relatively fair.
I went around to see if I could get some ordinary everyday wear in terms of polo, t-shirts, and all that, but I couldn't get any. You know, I went around the market. We only have sufficient number of clothes in terms for the women, for the ladies, then jackets for the men. Probably because it pertains to lawyers, so the vendors thought lawyers don't wear jeans, they don't wear t-shirts, they don't wear polos and all that.
The Mami Market served as a center for attendees to purchase goods and services during the conference. The inclusion of the Mami Market at the NBA conference highlights its continued relevance as a community and commercial hub in Nigeria. For now, these traders remain uncertain whether the experience will be remembered as a gainful venture or as a costly gamble. Christopher Lele, reporting for Signature TV.
Up next is business news.
The Central Bank of Nigeria has ordered all banks, fintechs, and licensed payment operators to fully migrate to the ISO 20022 messaging standard and geotag all payment terminals by October 31st, 2025. In a circular signed by its Director of Payment System Supervision, Rakiya Yusuf, on Monday, the CBN said all transactions must carry complete data, while POS terminals must have GPS-enabled geolocation, run at least Android 10, and operate with a 10-meter geofence of the registered business location. All existing terminals must be geotagged within 60 days, with compliance checks starting October 20th, 2025. The bank said the move will strengthen Nigeria's payment infrastructure, improve transparency, and enhance security. Nigeria and Brazil have signed a bilateral air service agreement, BASA, to enable direct flights between both countries. The deal was signed in Brazil by Nigeria's Aviation Minister, Festus Keyamo, and Brazil's Transport Minister, Silvio Costa Filho, in the presence of President Bola Tinubu and President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. According to officials, the agreement will boost trade, tourism, investment, and cultural exchange between Africa's and South America's largest economies. President Tinubu is on a 2-day state visit to Brazil, where he is also scheduled to meet with top legislative and judicial leaders. Licensed customs agents have opposed the House Committee on Customs Support for the Nigerian Customs Service's proposed license fee hike from 515,000 naira to 10 million naira for new licenses and from 215,000 naira to 4 million naira for renewables, effective January 2026. Association of Nigerian Licensed Customs Agents ANLCA President Emenike Nwoke-Oji faulted the backing of the plan by the committee chairman, Leke Abejide, warning that it would hurt the maritime sector and fuel inflation. Stakeholders have urged the Nigeria Customs Service to reconsider the increase. The Apapa Area Command of the Nigeria Customs Service says it has generated 161 billion naira in 3 weeks through the Unified Customs Management System known as BODOGU. Customs Area Controller Babatunde Olomu disclosed this at a stakeholder engagement on Monday. Babatunde Olomu said the management system still has room for improvement and commended stakeholders for their patience during recent downtime. He assured that the Customs Service ICT team is working to resolve challenges permanently. Olomu described Apapa Command as a strategic hub for revenue generation and said the Controller General has sustained dialogue with the Nigerian Shippers Council to ease transaction issues. And that's business news on Global News. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime Natus.
Up next is stock and money market news.
At the close of trading on Monday, August 26, the Nigerian Stock Exchange recorded a total of 604,999,546 shares exchanged across 28,819 deals with a market value of 12.89 billion naira. This reflects a 3% rise in traded volume and a 15% increase in turnover compared to the previous session, though the number of deals fell by 13%. The current market capitalization stands at 89.7 trillion naira, showing steady investor participation despite mixed sentiments. A total of 128 equities participated in the session, ending with 27 gainers and 33 losers. Top gainers included NCR Nigeria, which led the pack with a 10% share price increase, closing at 11 naira 55 kobo per share. It was followed closely by Sky Shelter Fund with a 9.99% increase, closing at 301 naira 55 kobo per share. Next is Beja Paints with a 9.06%, closing at 34 naira 90 kobo per share, and Better Glass Company with an 8.16% increase, closing at 486 naira. On the losing end, Secure Electronic Technology recorded the steepest loss, shedding 9.26% to close at 0 naira 98 kobo per share, followed by Qtix with an 8.97% decrease, closing at 3 naira 55 kobo per share. The NGX All-Share Index advanced by 321.59 points, closing at 141,761.36. Despite the day's gain, the index reflects a one-week loss of 0.6%, a four-week gain of 2.79%, and a year-to-date rise of 37.73%. This signals sustained market resilience driven by selective buying across key equities. In the foreign exchange market on Tuesday, the naira traded at 1,528 naira 61 kobo per US dollar at the official Central Bank of Nigeria rate. On the parallel market, also known as the black market, the naira exchanged between 1,542 naira and 1,547 naira to the dollar for buying and selling. The forex market continues to reflect pressure from increased dollar demand and ongoing economic adjustments. Analysts suggest that short-term volatility may persist as investors watch for policy moves aimed at stabilizing the currency. And that's the update from the Nigerian stock and money market this Wednesday morning. In Abuja, I am Thompson Ime.
Elon Musk's SpaceX on Tuesday launched its giant Starship rocket for a 10th test flight, aiming to overcome development setbacks and clinch long-sought technical milestones key to the Mars rocket's reusable design. The towering 403-foot-tall, 123-meter Starship system lifted off from SpaceX's Starbase facilities in South Texas on a mission to test the ship's new heat shield tiles and satellite deployment abilities among hundreds of other upgrades from past iterations. The rocket's upper half separated as planned from its Super Heavy booster, the 232-foot-tall first stage that normally returns to land in its launch tower's giant catch arms, but on Tuesday targeted the Gulf of Mexico waters to demonstrate an alternate landing engine configuration. Meanwhile, Starship reached space on a trajectory bound for the Indian Ocean, where it later to splashed down after enduring intense heat through its atmospheric re-entry, a crucial phase of the test that has shredded the rocket on past flights. Shortly after reaching space, Starship's PERS-like satellite deployment system dispensed mock Starlink satellites for the first time, a milestone SpaceX either cancelled or failed to reach during past tests. And that's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha. Thanks for watching.